Chapter 769. He. Seeing Jin Tianyun and Yu Chen's regretful expression, Lin Rei snorted disdainfully. His eyes were filled with ridicule. You, what do you want? We are the old ancestors of the Rain Sect and Formation Sect. If we fight here, the two sects will definitely gang up on you. You must think carefully. Although you are powerful, it does not mean that the people around you are also as powerful as you. At this moment, seeing Jin Tianyun who was tottering beside him, Yu Chen's expression was gloomy. With the arrogance of a superior, he stood in the sky and spoke with disdain towards Lin Rei and the others. However, although Yu Chen said that, he was still very worried in his heart. He did not dare to make any guarantees. Because he had seen how powerful Lin Rei's runes were, his heart began to beat like a drum. However, what Yu Chen did not know was that his little cleverness had caused him to fall into the depths of despair. That was because Lin Rei's bottom line was his family, friends, lovers and family members. Lin Rei's catchphrase was, "Those who touch my reverse scale will die." At this moment, Yu Chen had touched Lin Rei's bottom line. He had touched his reverse scale. Looking at Yu Chen and Yu Chen, Lin Rei's gaze became colder and colder. At this moment, his killing intent was no longer present. Boom, a terrifying killing intent and ice-cold aura instantly pressed down on Yu Chen and Yu Chen. Accompanying it was Lin Rei's ice-cold and bloodthirsty voice. Are you guys tired of dying too slowly? What I hate the most is others using my friends to threaten me. In the past, there were quite a few of them. However, they no longer exist now. After saying that, Lin Rei turned his head to look at Jie Yang. Looking at him, Lin Rei said, "I know that you are only following me because you want to solve the problem of your physical body." And yes. Hearing Lin Rei's words, Jie Yang's eyes lit up. Immediately after, an excited smile appeared on his face. "If you kill him first, then I will solve the problem of your physical body for you. If I kill him first, then you have to agree to a request of mine. This request will not harm your interests and will not make you go against your own will. I wonder if you dare to accept it?" Lin Rei slowly said to Jie Yang. There was a trace of a smile and a bloodthirsty look on his face. Yu and Chen were instantly enraged and scared. They were late hierarch experts after all. Moreover, Lin Rei and Jian Wushuang were not trying to hide their voices. Their voices were loud enough for Yu and Chen to hear. As for Lin Rei and Yu Chen's graves, they did not pay any attention to them. At this moment, Lin Rei's gaze was focused on Jie Yang. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Is it a bet? Seeing the anticipation in Lin Rei's eyes, Jie Yang was stunned and hesitated. Based on the time he spent with Lin Rei, he knew about Lin Rei's nature. What? You don't dare? Looking at Jie Yang's hesitation, Lin Li once again tried to provoke him. You need to know that perhaps in this world, only you can help you solve the problem of your physical body. You need to think carefully. I won't make this promise to you at any time. As soon as these words came out, Jie Yang's face was filled with anxiety. He had been hesitating about the problem of his physical body breaking through. All these years, he had been having a headache about the shackles of his physical body. Now that he finally found someone who could solve the problem, he began to worry. Brat, are you courting death? Seeing Lin Rei and Jian Wushuang not paying any attention to them from afar, Yu Tianchen was enraged. He had always been in a high position. How could he endure being ignored by others? All right. Since you're courting death, then come at me. Let me see how strong a late hierarch expert like you is. Feeling Yu Tianchen's intention, Lin Rei sneered in his heart. Immediately, he took out his chaotic dragon spear and disappeared from his original spot. Jie Yang, I'll leave the injured one to you. I'll only give you 1 minute to think about it. If you still can't make a decision after 1 minute, then I'm sorry. You won't have the chance to get the answer to break through the shackles of your physical body from me. Lin Rei disappeared, but his voice was deeply transmitted into Jie Yang's ears. Old man. I originally wanted to let you live a little longer. I didn't expect you to court death like this. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. At this moment, Lin Rei suddenly appeared 5 meters away from Yu Tianchen. The chaotic dragon spear in his hand was placed horizontally in front of Yu Tianchen. The tip of the spear was pointed at Yu Tianchen. Break for me. Looking at the spear that was about to pierce through his body, Yu Tianchen's heart trembled. Immediately, he didn't care about the consequences. He didn't care about Jin Tianyun, who was injured because his formation flag was snatched away. He immediately took out a 3 feet long sword and circulated his cultivation base. With the might of a late hierarch, he fiercely slashed forward. Mountain wind and rain sword style, first style, drizzle sword. Break for me. Suddenly, water droplets appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Lin Rei's body, wrapping him within. Brat, do you really think that I'm afraid of the cold? Yu Tianchen sneered in his heart when he saw that he was surrounded by his own technique. Looking at the water droplets around him, Lin Rei's eyes were filled with disdain. Looking at Yu Tianchen, Lin Rei didn't care about him at all. He took a step forward and his body directly disappeared into the water droplets that were wrapping around him. Whoosh whoosh! The sound of weapons clashing rang out. The moment Lin Li entered the water droplet, the sound instantly filled the ears of everyone present. Yu Tianchen, who had been looking at Lin Li with disdain, was shocked when he saw that Lin Li had completely ignored the first stance of his Sword of the Rain and Mountain Sword technique. This was something he had not expected. He had not expected that Lin Li's physical body would be so strong that he could completely ignore his technique. Moreover, this was something he had never experienced before because he had never seen someone with such a strong physical body. At this moment, he was stunned. Even the injured Zhen Tianyun was shocked and stunned. A frog at the bottom of the well. How dare you call yourself an old ancestor in front of a spectator? You really don't know what you're talking about. Lin Rei didn't stand a chance against Yu Tian and Yu Tianchen's shock. Since you've already made your move, I can't fall behind. As the saying goes, it's impolite not to reciprocate. If that's the case, eat my spear. Having said that, Lin Rei's long spear was held horizontally and the silent thunder spear art was activated. In an instant, lightning flashed on Hun Dun's body and combined with his lightning attribute spiritual root. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. Suddenly, the sound of thunder and lightning was heard from the chaotic dragon spear. A terrifying bolt of lightning rushed out, carrying a huge amount of pressure and the chaotic dragon spear. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Yu Tianchen, who was still in a daze. Yu Tianchen, who was still in a daze, felt a strong sense of danger coming from in front of him. When he saw the spear coming towards him, he instinctively wanted to dodge, but it was too late. At the same time, he knew that if he was hit by the spear, he would be severely injured, if not killed. Moreover, he would be hit by the spear. By then, his combat strength would decrease gradually. Block it. In the end, he couldn't dodge it in time. A huge black shield appeared in front of him. Clang! Crack! Poof! The sound of metal colliding was heard, followed by the sound of something breaking and piercing flesh. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. You're indeed an old ancestor. At this moment, Lin Rei's eyes were fixed on the black shield in front of Yu Tianchen. Lin Rei was shocked. He knew the origin of the chaotic dragon spear. Now that it was able to block his spear, it was enough to show how strong the shield was. However, no matter how strong it was still pierced by the chaotic dragon spear. Of course, Lin Rei knew that this was not enough to kill Yu Tianchen. If it wasn't for the black shield in front of him, perhaps Yu Tianchen would have become a cold corpse. Unfortunately, poof! Yu Tianchen spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was contorted in pain. He lowered his head and looked at the spear that had pierced his right chest. Yu Tianchun was terrified. Phew! Fortunately, it was my right chest that was stabbed. If it was my left chest, I'm afraid I would be dead by now. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead uncontrollably. In the distance, when Jie Yang saw how clean Linli was, he was momentarily stunned. This Linli was completely different from the Linli he had fought with before. The current Linli was filled with viciousness. His entire body was filled with a vicious aura. His killing intent was surging. At this moment, he knew that the Linli he had fought with before had not used his full strength at all. At the same time, thinking about Lin Rei's words, he became nervous. He knew that he didn't have much time left. There are still 20 breaths left. The time I gave you is almost up. Why? Have you thought it through? Just when Jie Yang was hesitating and nervous, Lin Rei suddenly reminded him. Hearing Lin Rei's reminder, Jie Yang became even more nervous. Jie Yang was very conflicted. His instinct told him that he had to accept the bet. However, he felt that there was something that was preventing him from accepting the bet. I won't force you. There are still 15 breaths left. As he spoke, he no longer paid attention to Jie Yang. But in reality, Linli was extremely nervous. He was afraid that Jie Yang wouldn't agree. After all, if Jie Yang agreed, then he wouldn't be too far away from being able to take Jie Yang as his own. After saying that, Lin Rei no longer paid attention to Jie Yang. However, his consciousness was still paying attention to Jie Yang. His gaze was fixed on Yu Tianchun, who was in front of him. Looking at him, Lin Rei's mouth slightly rose and he revealed a cold smile. Stop struggling. You're no match for me. Die. After saying that, Lin Rei took back his spear and placed it behind his back. He took a step forward and instantly arrived behind Yu Tianchun. Looking at Yu Tianchun's pale face that was distorted by pain, the cold smile on Lin Rei's face became even wider. You, what do you want me to do for you to let me go? At that instant, Yu Tianchun begged for forgiveness. He was afraid. After the fight just now, although it was only a short exchange, he knew that he wasn't the opponent of the young man in front of him. The right side of his chest was extremely malevolent. He was inferior to him and his strength was even more inferior. Right now, the only way for him to survive was to beg for forgiveness. He didn't want his 100,000 years of cultivation to go down the drain just like that. He didn't want to and he couldn't afford to lose. Are you joking? Looking at Yu Tianchun with an astonished gaze, Lin Rei revealed a cold smile. Before, when he used his family members to threaten him, Yu Tianchun was already on Lin Rei's must-kill list. No matter how strong his cultivation was, in front of Lin Rei, he was still a dead man. You. At that instant, seeing the ice-cold killing intent in Lin Rei's eyes, the last bit of hope in Yu Tianchun's heart was completely destroyed. He knew that today, no matter what, he couldn't leave. Brat, since you don't want to give me a chance to live, then I'll just die here. Suddenly, Yu Tianchun roared. His eyes widened and his cultivation suddenly skyrocketed. He didn't care about the blood flowing out of his right chest, exposing his late hierarch cultivation. Feeling the energy coming from Yu Tianchun's body, Lin Rei's face turned cold. His eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. You want to self-destruct? You should see if you have the ability to do so. Lin Rei knew Yu Tianchun's intention and sneered. He didn't give him any chance. Needless to say, the self-destruction of a late hierarch expert was extremely destructive. Therefore, Lin Rei wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Swoosh! Lin Rei's figure turned into a bolt of lightning. He was still in the same place a second ago, but the next moment, he was already beside Yu Tianchun. Devouring heavenly art, devour! In an instant, the devouring heavenly art was activated and his two hands were placed on Yu Tianchun's back. Suddenly, A devouring force appeared and started to affect the violent energy in Yu Tianchen's body. What? Yu Tianchen's face was filled with madness. He wanted to self-destruct to take Lin Rei down with him, but at this moment, he could feel the energy in his body that was about to self-destruct suddenly rushing towards his back. Swoosh, at this moment, Jie Yang, who was standing far away, looked at Yu Tianchen's current state. He thought about the bet that Lin Rei had mentioned. There were only a few breaths left. At this moment, Jie Yang didn't have time to think about anything else. He made up his mind and activated his cultivation. He instantly rushed out and arrived in front of Zhen Tianyun in the blink of an eye. A long spear was shot out, carrying a destructive energy towards Zhen Tianyun. He finally moved. Lin Rei's face revealed a smile when he felt Jie Yang's action. He felt relieved. He had done what he wanted to do, and the thing that he was looking forward to had finally happened. Therefore, there was no need to keep Yu Tianchen alive. Looking at him, Lin Rei's eyes were filled with killing intent. In an instant, he activated the star finger and stabbed towards Yu Tianchen's back. Swish! With a swish sound, Lin Li's finger, carrying an enormous amount of energy, pierced through Yu Chen's heart without any resistance at all, coming out from the back. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yu Tianchen lowered his head with an ashen face and looked at the hand that had pierced through his chest. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, regret, and endless grievance. Chapter 770. Yu Tianchen's life force was slowly fading away. The fear and death qi in his eyes became thicker and thicker. How is this possible? How can I, Yu Tianchen, lose to a late-stage God Emperor Jr.? How is this possible? I can't accept this. Yu Tianchen was filled with disbelief as he roared in a low voice. Fresh blood kept flowing out of his mouth. At this moment, Yu Tianchen's fate had caused Zhen Tianyun to lose his will to fight. As for Lin Li's strength, he had already seen it for himself. Therefore, it was very likely that the person who was rushing over to fight with him was also a madman like him. At this moment, Zhen Tianyun suddenly turned around. He did not care about the pain in his body. He used his cultivation and flew away. At this moment, he only wanted to leave as soon as possible. This place was too terrifying for him. It would be a nightmare for him for the rest of his life. Where do you think you're going? At this moment, Zhen Tianyun rushed over with lightning speed. Originally, he could have fought a great battle and completed Lin Rei's bet. But now, he had just arrived and Zhen Tianyun had already fled. This made him dumbfounded. However, Jie Yang did not stand still. He stared blankly at Zhen Tianyun's departure. Instead, the moment Zhen Tianyun escaped, Jie Yang rushed over with his full speed. Whether it was for the sake of the battle or for the sake of Lin Rei's bet, he would not allow such a thing to happen. He would not allow the prey he had set his eyes on to disappear in front of his eyes. Lin Rei, who was standing behind Yu Tianchen, sensed all kinds of actions. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth rose, revealing a mysterious smile. Seems like I've won this round. As he spoke, Lin Li stared thoughtfully at Yu Tianchen, who was in front of him. He watched as Yu Tianchen's life force began to fade faster and faster. For a moment, Lin Li frowned. He knew exactly how powerful the life force of a supreme god was. Seems like you're going to die too soon. I guess your corpse is the only thing of value. After saying that, Lin Rei's eyes flashed with contempt. Immediately after, he pierced through Yu Tianchen's hand. At this moment, Lin Rei used his strength and pulled out Yu Tianchen's hand from his chest. Suddenly, at the instant Lin Rei's hand pulled out of Yu Chen's chest, a strand of scalding fresh blood sprayed out. The scene was extremely horrifying, and it gave others the feeling as if their scalps were about to explode, causing them to tremble with fear. I can't accept this. This roar was filled with unwillingness, helplessness, and regret. His voice was so loud that it was probably the last of Yu Chen's strength. He wanted to use his body and mind to replace his unwillingness and regret. He regretted going against Lin Rei with his words and regretted coming here. However, he was unwilling to accept this because he had yet to break through the saint's world that he wanted to break through the most in his life. He could not do it. With a thud, his heart was hollowed out. His body convulsed, and when Yu Chen's body no longer had any strength to support itself, he fell forward and crashed onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, his life force was flowing faster and faster. After half a minute, Yu Chen's life force was completely exhausted and returned to the starry sky. Looking at Yu Chen's corpse, Lin Li's eyes did not have the slightest hint of pity, nor did he have the slightest hint of guilt or sympathy. Towards those who had threatened him, Lin Li would never let them off. As for those who had once threatened him, they had long since gone to hell, never to appear again. Bam! Die! On the other side, Jie Yang had caught up to Zhen Tianyun. Without saying a word, he threw a punch at Zhen Tianyun's back. With a muffled thud, Zhen Tianyun was running away in a panic and did not have the slightest intention to fight. As a result, when Jie Yang caught up to him, Jie Yang's punch landed on his back. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Zhen Tianyun's body was sent flying by Jie Yang's punch until he was 100 meters away. Due to Jie Yang's overwhelming strength, there were no obstacles that could block Zhen Tianyun's body. Plop, 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 plop. After flying 100 meters away, Zhen Tianyun finally fell on the ground. His body that was rolling on the ground no longer had the momentum from before. In the end, Zhen Tianyun arrived in front of a tree and was blocked by the tree. Plop! Zhen Tianyun spat out a mouthful of blood. His face revealed an extremely painful expression. With one hand on the ground, he could not help but cover his painful chest with his other hand. He was breathing with great difficulty. Cough! Cough! Because of the pain in his chest, Zhen Tianyun coughed violently the moment he breathed. Blood kept flowing out from his mouth. Within the blood, one could see bits and pieces of his internal organs. How is this possible? One is already like this. Why is there another abnormal one now? He could feel his internal organs trembling violently. His internal organs were all blown out of their original places by the punch just now. His internal organs were even starting to rupture. The bones in his body were also damaged beyond recognition by the punch just now. Just the ribs in his chest, under Jie Yang's attack just now, 12 of them were broken. There was even one rib that was infinitely close to his heart. If that rib was 1 millimeter closer, his heart would probably be pierced through by the rib, just like how Yu Tianchen died. Tell me, do you guys have nothing better to do? Coming out to kill and rob when you have nothing better to do? With your cultivation, you guys should be people of virtue and prestige in the divine realm. But now you've become like this. Do you regret it? The elder Zhen Tianyun and Jie Yang spoke in a low voice with a regretful expression. Plop! Zhen Tianyun spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shame from Jie Yang's words. His arrogance was revealed. He knew that he could be an expert respected by everyone, but he had already stepped onto a path of no return. He also believed that Lin Rei and Jie Yang would not let him go. That's enough. Hurry up and finish this. We still have to hurry on our way. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was looking at Zhen Tianyun from the side, couldn't stand Zhen Tianyun's hesitation and immediately urged him. Okay. Jie Yang was stunned by Lin Rei's impatience. He nodded subconsciously. You. Zhen Tianyun, who was lying on the ground 100 meters away from them, was seriously injured and could no longer move. His face instantly turned pale, and the last bit of hope in his heart completely disappeared. There's no other way. Looking at Zhen Tianyun's frightened face, Jieyang helplessly took a step forward and arrived in front of Jin Tianyun in the blink of an eye. Looking at him, Jieyang said, "You guys are the ones who started this. Moreover, how long do you think you have left? You're just struggling at death's door. So die." Saying that, Jieyang did not give Jin Tianyun any chance to speak. Immediately after he finished speaking, he clenched his hand into a fist and blasted it towards Jin Tianyun's head with his mid-divine realm physical strength. Bang! Just a moment ago, Jin Tianyun was still lying on the ground, but in the next moment, a late hierarch expert was killed by Jieyang. Trying to run away? However, the moment Jieyang blasted Jin Tianyun's head, a mini version of Jin Tianyun rushed out from the corpse on the ground and flew towards the sky at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. At this moment, Lin Rei, who had been observing Jieyang with his sharp divine sense, saw the mini version of Jin Tianyun suddenly rushing out. Suddenly, a sneer appeared on his face. "Break for me." In an instant, Lin Rei waved his hand and a terrifying lightning instantly rushed out from his palm. It was faster than the mini version of Jin Tianyun and caught up with him in the blink of an eye. Then, it blasted Jin Tianyun into pieces and disappeared from the world. Phew! Little guy, you're still able to escape with your primordial spirit in front of me. Really? Seeing Jin Tianyun's primordial spirit shattered, Lin Rei felt relieved. As the saying goes, if you don't remove the roots when cutting the weeds, they'll grow again when the spring breeze blows. Lin Rei had understood this principle since the first day he stepped into the world of cultivation. Sigh. At the side, seeing Lin Rei's action, Jieyang sighed in his heart and a trace of disappointment appeared on his face. It seems that my cultivation is still too low. I didn't expect that I would still be able to detect Jin Tianyun's primordial spirit escaping. At this moment, Jieyang began to reflect on himself. Haha! With regards to Jieyang's current feelings, Linli was extremely clear. Ignoring him, he went to Yu Chen's side and took the storage ring on his hand as well as the Qiankuan bag on his waist. Without looking at them, he turned around and took a step forward. In an instant, he arrived beside Jin Tianyun. Just like before, he took Jin Tianyun's storage ring and Qiankuan bag. At this moment, Lin Rei focused his gaze on Jieyang once again. Looking at him, Lin Rei's face revealed a smile of success. He said to Jieyang, "How is it? You've lost this bet." Hearing Lin Rei's words, Jieyang wanted to explain himself, but in the end, he realized that he didn't have a reason. "You tell me. What do you want me to do?" At this moment, Jieyang was very regretful. If he had agreed earlier, he might have had a chance to live. Maybe he could have obtained something that could solve the problem of his physical body's shackles. But now, because of his hesitation, he didn't get what he wanted the most and missed it by a hair's breadth. This regret was the most unforgettable thing in his life. At the same time, this lesson told him that in the future, he couldn't be indecisive and hesitant, because this could delay a lot of things. Looking at Jieyang, Lin Rei chuckled. Then, he told him what he had planned in his heart. "My conditions are also very harsh. I won't let you go against your heart, but I also won't let you do anything that offends the heavens, reason, and morals." Amen. Hearing that, Jieyang was delighted. He then asked, "Then what is it?" "Become my subordinate and join my Xuanzong sect. Become a member of my Xuanzong sect. What do you think?" At this moment, Lin Rei told Jieyang what he had planned from the moment he saw him. What? At this moment, Jieyang was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't expect that Lin Rei's bet was to have him become a disciple of his sect. However, a problem arose. If he were to join the Xuanzong sect, then where would his sect be? However, his master had taught him from a young age that honesty was not to be disobeyed. Since he had made a move earlier, it meant that he had accepted Linli's bet. But now, what Linli wanted him to do was to change his allegiance. How could he not be troubled? I know what you're thinking. Seeing Jie Yang's affectionate attitude, Lin Rei immediately guessed what he was thinking. Then, without waiting for Jie Yang to speak, he immediately said, I don't mind if you're a member of another sect. I won't let you change your sect, nor will I let you go against your sect. What I want is for you to become a guest elder of my Xuanzong sect. Ah? It's that simple? Hearing Lin Rei's explanation, Jie Yang's face was filled with disbelief. What Lin Rei said just now was completely possible, but he didn't believe that it was true. Nonsense. Hearing Jie Yang's words, Lin Rei rolled his eyes at him and let him experience it for himself. I kill. Suddenly, just as Jie Yang was about to agree to Lin Li's request, before he could even finish his words, a bone-chilling, emotionless voice entered the ears of Lin Li, Jie Yang, as well as the distant Pixiu and the others. What's going on? Hearing the endless sounds of battle, Lin Li was stunned. The smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a boundless coldness, an icy coldness. Bang, Chen Yu Chen's corpse could be seen. A hand suddenly stretched out from the ground, followed by another hand, then the head, then the body. In the end, a person completely crawled out from the ground and squatted in front of the corpse. A scene that Lin Rei and the others could not forget appeared. The person who had appeared out of nowhere grabbed Yu Chen's corpse in disgust and began to chew. From the crunching sounds, Lin Li could tell that this person was definitely gnawing on a fucking bone. What's going on? Why did this thing come out? Seeing the person gnawing on Yu Chen's corpse, Lin Rei's eyes were filled with confusion. He remembered that the system said that this kind of thing would only appear in the first heaven. And now it appeared here. Bang. Immediately after, just as Lin Rei thought of this, along with the continuous sounds, within a radius of 1,000 meters, with Lin Rei as the center, one hand after another came out from the ground, then 2 hands, then the whole body. Finally, all of them appeared in front of Lin Rei and the others' eyes. Looking at these people that suddenly appeared, the only possibility that Lin Rei could think of was that he should not be far from the first heaven. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many corpses to appear. And the reason why they appeared at this time should be because of the blood that flowed out from Zhen Tianyun and Yu Chen's bodies after their death. Roar, one after another, beast-like roars came out from the corpses that appeared within 1,000 meters. At this moment, the scene was like a group of corpses dancing wildly, causing one's scalp to go numb. This kind of scene was not common. Chapter 771. More and more corpses appeared. As for the corpses of Yu Chen and Zhen Tianyun, they were completely devoured by the corpses that appeared previously. They were so clean that not even their bones were left. The 2 corpses disappeared, but the thousands of corpses turned their attention to Lin Rei and the others. At this moment, the corpses seemed to have gone mad as they charged towards Lin Rei and the others. Seems like it is time to raise my cultivation. At this moment, Lin Rei did not think about escaping or fear. Instead, he was thinking about how to raise his cultivation. If Lin Rei's thoughts were known by Jie Yang, Pai Xiu, Babao and the others, they would most likely look at him with the same gaze. According to ordinary people, the first thing they would think of when they saw such a scene would be to escape. But Lin Rei's thoughts were completely different from theirs. At this moment, Jie Yang saw so many corpses appearing in his surroundings. For a moment, his heart tightened and his mind trembled. He raised his head with a solemn expression. This was the first time he saw such a scene. In the past, he had never seen such a scene before. Furthermore, he could clearly feel a sense of fear from the bodies of these corpses. He felt a kind of power that made him fearful. This kind of power startled him and made him fearful. Even when he faced Lin Rei, he did not have such a strong feeling. But to these corpses that were not all humans, deities, demons, he could feel it. How is it? Kill. Just as Jieyang was feeling uncertain, Lin Rei's calm voice came from the side. This voice was like a calming pill, calming down Jieyang's trembling heart. He no longer felt that nervous feeling from before. Amen. No choice, we can only do this. Turning his head, he said to Lin Rei. Following that, a spear appeared in Jieyang's hand. He circulated his cultivation technique, causing his fleshy body to expand. The pressure of a late-stage God Emperor rushed out. It was as if he wanted to continue fighting. Looking at Jieyang's current demeanor and appearance, Lin Rei's face revealed a trace of a smile. Immediately, he warned Pai Xiu and the others in the distance. Pai Xiu, you guys be careful. This place is a bit strange. You must be careful. You must not let yourself get hurt. If you really can't stand it, inform me. Do you understand? *CK I was actually underestimated. Listening to Lin Rei's advice, Pai Xiu did not give him a good look. It rolled its eyes and handed it over to Lin Rei to let him experience it. Ah, this brat. At the side, 8th Baobao listened to Lin Rei's words and looked at the Pai Xiu's angry appearance. He smiled in his heart and did not say anything. However, he was still a little afraid of the corpses around him. After all, this was not the outside world, but a place full of Yin energy. It was a place that had forcefully transformed a treasure land into a Yin energy land. He had to be careful of the things that existed in this place. As the saying goes, caution is the parent of safety. If one often walks by the river, how can one's shoes not get wet? It is always better to be safe than sorry. Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Rei held the chaotic dragon's spear in his hand. At this moment, Lin Rei was serious. After all, this matter was related to him breaking through to the hierarch realm. He did not dare to be careless. Be careful later. When this matter is over, tell me your answer. Stand here and use all your strength. Let me see how strong your strength is. Lin Rei said indifferently. Oh, don't worry. I will definitely let you see it. In response to Lin Li's words, Jieyang nodded his head and didn't say anything else. Instead, he turned all of his gazes towards the corpses in front of him and around them. All right. Listening to Jieyang's words, Lin Rei's face revealed a smile of expectation. He then nodded and said, in that case, let's kill them. Whoosh. After saying that, Lin Rei's figure instantly disappeared from the place. At this moment, it was as if he had turned into a lightning bolt. Wherever he went, there would be a flash of lightning. However, what was even more shocking was that the moment Lin Rei disappeared, the 9 azure dragons instantly rushed out with a majestic and grand dragon aura. They instantly rushed into the group of corpses and began to kill the corpses. Tisk! At this moment, Lin Rei, who was rushing forward, felt the 9 azure dragons' actions at this moment. The corner of Lin Rei's mouth rose slightly, revealing a bloodthirsty look. Immediately after, he began his killing spree and his journey to the hierarch realm. Silent Thunder Spear Art, Break, Dragon Subduing Step, 3rd level, fully activated. Astral Finger, Astral Annihilation, Destroy for me. At this moment, Lin Rei used the most crazy attack he had ever used since he entered the cultivation world. At this moment, Lin Rei was like the god of the 9 heavens descending to the world. He was like the god of death from the 9 nether, killing the group of corpses as if there was no one there. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a perfected hierarch realm expert who has almost entered the saint realm. The reward is 1 million redemption points, 30 million experience points. Damn, what's going on? Suddenly, Lin Rei was stunned when he heard the system's notification. His heart was filled with excitement. 1 million redemption points. This number was too important for Lin Rei. One should know that he was still in a state of debt. Now that he had 1 million redemption points, his debt with the system would be much lighter. As for the 30 million experience points, it was nothing to Lin Rei. compared to the amount of experience points Lin Ray had at this moment, it was like a drop in the ocean. Like a yak entering the sea, the 30 million experience points were like scratching an itch for Lin Ray. There was no practical change at all. However, Lin Ray was surprised that he had killed a perfected Hierarch Realm expert who had almost entered the Saint Realm. Young man, don't stop. It's time for you to improve your cultivation. At this moment, the system's voice was heard while Lin Ray was still in a daze. Ah? What's going on, system? I didn't kill a half-saint expert. What's going on? At this moment, Lin Ray could not return to his normal state if he did not get to the bottom of it. Seeing Lin Ray being so stubborn, the system was helpless. In the end, it could only compromise and explain to Lin Ray, most of the people here are powerful people who have died in the ancient times. Their cultivation was already this strong when they were alive. Therefore, no matter how strong they are now, the system will determine that you have killed a half-saint expert. That's why you have such experience points. Moreover, if you can continue killing like this, then it will be even better. Also, do you think you can repay the redemption points and reputation points that you owe the system in your normal state? Lin Ray was speechless at the system's words. He did not try to defend himself. After all, what the system said was very correct. Enough. Stop dilly-dallying. Hurry up and attack. Looking at Lin Ray, the system directly roared at him. Then, it disappeared without saying anything. Hee. Seeing that the system's voice had disappeared, Lin Ray revealed a bloodthirsty expression. Then, he clenched the primal Chaos Dragon spear in his hand and returned to his previous state. In an instant, he charged into the crowd of corpses. And at that moment, on the other side, Jie Yang was unwilling to fall behind. Seeing how powerful Linli was, he didn't want to fall behind either. Immediately after, the spear in his hand flickered and he instantly rushed in front of a corpse. Dang! A sound similar to the sound of metal colliding rang out. What caused Jie Yang's expression to turn ugly was that at this moment, the spear in his hand pierced out. What caused him to be in disbelief was that even though the spear was nailed into the corpse's head, it was only nailed there. The spearhead did not seem to have the slightest intention of entering the corpse's body. Seeing this, Jie Yang was shocked. His expression turned ugly. How could this be? How could this be? My Dragon Soul Spear is a top-grade deity weapon. In addition to my late-stage God Emperor cultivation, how could I not kill him in one strike? Furthermore, I did not even break through his skin. While Jie Yang was puzzled and shocked, the corpse that was nailed by Jie Yang's spear became furious. In an instant, it dodged Jie Yang's spear and arrived in front of Jie Yang. It could only see a fist rushing towards it as fast as lightning. Fuck! A vulgar word escaped from his mouth. Immediately, he gave up on the spear in his hand and clasped his hands together to block the incoming fist. With a loud bang, Shi's fists landed on Jie Yang's arms. Suddenly, a terrifying power came from Shi's fists. In the end, it directly entered Jie Yang's arms and then his entire body. So, a figure flew out, forming a perfect parabola in the air. In the end, the figure flew back dozens of meters before stopping with great difficulty. Luckily, at this moment, the person who flew back was none other than Jie Yang, who clasped his hands together to block the corpse's fist. Fortunately, his cultivation was strong. Even though he was sent flying, he still used his perfect body to land on the ground in a sorry state. At the moment when he landed on the ground, Jie Yang did a perfect 360-degree rotation in the air and landed perfectly on the ground. At this moment, the corpse who was standing on the ground saw that Jie Yang was not killed by his fist. Immediately, an endless feeling surged in his heart. Killing intent instantly rushed out of his body. At this moment, the corpse was furious. Perhaps it was because he was a super expert when he was alive. Even though thousands of years had passed, the pride in his heart was still not worn away by time. Aowu, the corpse who was enraged by Jie Yang, used his full strength. His figure flashed and instantly disappeared. Fuck. Why? Seeing his opponent disappear, Jie Yang's heart was filled with endless confusion and doubt. He did not understand why a corpse would have such a strong existence. Looking at Lin Rei, he was completely different from Jie Yang. At this moment, Lin Rei could be said to be entering and exiting 3 times, as if he was entering an unstoppable state. Seeing Lin Rei's actions, Jie Yang had an indescribable urge to cry. At this moment, Jie Yang was even more determined to enter Lin Rei's sect, the 9 Heavens Xuanzong sect. At this moment, Jie Yang attributed Lin Rei's current might to his powerful fleshy body. But what he did not know was that being able to kill the corpse was not entirely because of his powerful fleshy body. More importantly, it was because of the primal Chaos Dragon Spear in Lin Rei's hand. This dragon spear had been left behind during the Hongmeng era. It was an existence that belonged to the Hongmeng era. Furthermore, those 9 azure dragons were also products of the Great Desolate era. Thinking about it, to be able to fuse 9 azure dragons into a spear, how shocking would the grade of this spear be? However, the current grade of the spear would change according to the strength of its owner. At this moment, Lin Rei was only a late-stage God Emperor. Thus, the primal Chaos Dragon Spear was only at the half-step sacred weapon grade. But even so, if there was a half-step sacred weapon that clashed with the primal Chaos Dragon Spear, it was needless to say that the first to break would be that half-step sacred weapon and not Lin Rei's primal Chaos Dragon Spear. After all, the true grade of the primal Chaos Dragon Spear was not limited to this. Damn! At this moment, looking at the corpse that had arrived in front of him, and he had no way to deal with Jie Yang, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and ask Lin Rei for help. Lin Rei, quickly come and save me. This thing is too evil. My spear is completely useless against it. Lin Rei, who was in the midst of an intense battle, suddenly heard Jie Yang's cry for help. Immediately, he was speechless. However, when he saw that the corpse had already arrived in front of Jie Yang, Lin Rei's heart tightened. Following that, his body flashed and appeared in front of Jie Yang in an instant. After all, he was not that far away. Die for me. After arriving in front of Jie Yang and looking at the corpse, Lin Rei did not waste any time and immediately attacked. The primal Chaos Dragon Spear pierced towards the corpse. Bam! Aowu! In the next moment, something that Jie Yang could not accept happened. He saw that Lin Rei had effortlessly killed the corpse that he found difficult to deal with earlier. This was a kind of blow. It was a deep and heavy blow to Jie Yang's heart. This made Jie Yang feel helpless. After dealing with the problem, Lin Rei turned to look at Jie Yang with a helpless expression. He knew Jie Yang's strength, but at the same time, Lin Rei also knew that the corpse here was very strange. If he used an ordinary top-grade sacred weapon, he would not be able to hurt them at all. Seeing that there were still so many people present, Lin Li immediately tossed the primal Chaos Dragon Spear to Jie Yang and warned, Jie Yang, you have to treat my primal Chaos Dragon Spear well. It is extremely hard to tame. I'll temporarily lend it to you. Once you're done using it, it will automatically return to my side. This. Hearing Lin Rei's words, Jie Yang reached out his hand to catch the primal Chaos Dragon Spear. In a moment, a terrifying energy came from the primal Chaos Dragon Spear, as if it wanted to break free. However, under Lin Rei's words, the feeling of wanting to break free instantly disappeared. Feeling this, Jie Yang looked at Lin Rei with an excited expression. Every cultivator treasured words. Lin Rei was willing to lend his weapon to him. At this moment, Jie Yang completely trusted Lin Rei from the inside out and treated Lin Rei as his own brother. Aowu! Who is it? Who is killing my subordinates? Do you not want to live anymore? Suddenly, a young man filled with hostility came from afar. His voice was filled with endless killing intent. Hearing the sudden angry roar, Lin Rei shifted his gaze away from Jieyang and looked towards the source of the voice. Chapter 772. This roar, this aura, this murderous aura. Who is it? How can he emit such a strong murderous aura? Jieyang, who also sensed it, was extremely shocked. It was his first time sensing such a murderous aura. Just the pressure from the roar alone made Jieyang feel an endless sense of danger. Roar, furious roars rang out one after another. The corpses that had been biting and attacking Linley and the others all froze in place when they heard that terrifying roar. They no longer attacked Linley and the others in a frenzy. They no longer bit and attacked Linley and the others. This scene caused Linley and the others to be stunned. However, by now, Linley had more or less guessed what was going on. In the ancient corpse trove, other than the masters of the first, second and third heaven, Lin Rei couldn't think of anyone else who could make the corpses stop moving in an instant and make them be respectful. Moreover, according to the time he entered, this place shouldn't be far from the first heaven. Therefore, Lin Rei guessed that the roar just now should be from the master of the first heaven, the human corpse. According to the system and the pressure and murderous aura that Lin Rei emitted from the roar, Lin Rei had a rough understanding of the human corpse's overall strength. After understanding everything, he looked to Jieyang and a smile appeared on his face. Immediately after, he explained to Jieyang, "Don't worry, it's fine. The roar from earlier was merely from the weakest of the three masters here." The weakest, the weakest? Jieyang couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva after listening to Lin Rei's explanation. His face showed a trace of a bitter smile. He knew very well that just now, he could feel that his strength was inferior to the other party. Even if it was the weakest of the three masters in the ancient corpse trove, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. "Don't worry. Now that you have my primal chaos dragon spear, you shouldn't have any problems dealing with this group of corpses. As for the human corpse, leave it to me. I also want to see how different an early hierarch human corpse is from a divine cultivator. I also want to see what kind of difference there is between them." At this moment, Lin Rei gave Jieyang a sedative to calm him down. Faced with that, Jieyang revealed an expression of helplessness. Earlier, he had thought that his strength was already extremely powerful. However, now that he had returned to this place, he realized that his strength was actually still very weak. Especially after meeting Lin Rei, this feeling became even more obvious. "Alright. Then be careful." Jieyang was powerless against human corpses. Now, he could only say such comforting words. "Don't worry, who am I? I'm Lin Rei, your direct superior in the future. How could anything happen to me?" Feeling the deep worry in Jieyang's eyes, Lin Rei chuckled and said heartlessly. After that, he didn't say any more superfluous words and disappeared from where he stood. Illusory spirit blood fire. Suddenly, Lin Rei's figure appeared 100 meters away. His entire body was wrapped in clothes that were transformed from illusory spirit blood fire. His entire person was like a fire god, like a demon god that had descended from hell. Everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of dread rising in their hearts. Star finger. First finger star extermination, second finger universe extermination, third finger break the dome of heaven. At this moment, before the human corpses arrived, Lin Rei wouldn't waste any time and foolishly waited for them to arrive. At this moment, Lin Rei activated the illusory spirit blood fire and used the first, second, and third moves of Star Finger. Moreover, he also used the profound of the illusory spirit blood fire that could extinguish all Yin energy and began to wantonly slaughter the human corpses. PFFF, with a single point of Star Finger, a human corpse fell down with a loud bang. Immediately after, the system transmitted a reward notification and experience notification in his mind. Lin Rei was already numb to it. Perhaps it was because the system notifications were transmitted one after another, but in the end, Lin Ray directly ignored them. In the end, he wholeheartedly immersed himself in the slaughter. At this moment, wherever Lin Ray passed by, there would be ashes of the illusory spirit blood fire or corpses that had yet to be completely incinerated. As the saying goes, kill a person with every step, leave no one behind for 1,000 miles. At this moment, Lin Ray had already achieved this saying. He had even achieved this saying to the extreme. Wherever Lin Ray passed by, there would be corpses that would fall down and die. This scene was seen by Jieyang from afar. His heart fiercely shook and the saliva in his mouth couldn't be stopped. Even when his mouth was dry, Jieyang was still salivating. It wasn't that Jieyang was exaggerating. It was just that Lin Ray's current actions were too crazy. It made him have the urge to cry. Previously, he was still worried because Lin Ray had given him his weapon. But now, seeing this scene, Jieyang didn't have any worries at all. Because he knew that Lin Ray's methods were far beyond the scope of his knowledge. Just like the illusory spirit blood fire on the surface of Lin Ray's body. He had never seen this thing before. He had never even heard of it before. Jieyang knew about the heavenly flame. However, he had never heard of this kind of blood-colored flame. Even the ancient books didn't have any records of it. Moreover, Jieyang believed that even his master, who knew everything in the world, might not know what the flame on the surface of Lin Ray's body was. Ah! Bastard, stop! Stop right now! Otherwise, this daddy will make you die a horrible death. Suddenly, when Jieyang was in a daze and Lin Ray had entered into a frenzy of killing, the voice of the human corpse came closer and closer. A small black dot could be seen on the horizon. Heh! Idiot! Lin Ray, who didn't stop his killing, raised his head and looked at the small black dot on the horizon. His eyes were filled with disdain. Lin Ray's eyes were filled with disdain. Don't be cold. In a while, I will leave this place to you. I will go and take care of the first heavenly layer master's corpse. Turning his head, Lin Ray looked at the dazed Jieyang and couldn't help but say, understood. At this moment, Jieyang, who was awakened by Lin Ray's voice, revealed a trace of awkwardness on his face. Then, he nodded repeatedly and replied. The small black dot on the horizon was getting bigger and bigger. In less than half a minute, the small black dot slowly grew bigger and finally turned into a person. The person appeared beside Lin Ray. Floating in the air, the human corpse stood above Lin Ray and looked at Lin Ray, who was in a frenzy of killing. He looked at Lin Ray and roared, "Who are you? Why are you killing my subordinates? Don't tell me you don't know who I am?" Lin Ray didn't pay any attention to the human corpse's words. He stretched out his hand and shot out a star finger that was infused with illusory spirit blood fire. After killing the corpse in front of him, he stopped his killing. At this moment, it was unknown whether the group of corpses were afraid of Lin Ray or they saw the human corpse approaching. At this moment, the group of corpses no longer bombarded Lin Ray. Instead, they retreated to the side and surrounded the others. A beast-like roar came from the retreating corpses. Looking at them, Lin Ray's face showed a hint of disappointment. "Sigh, I thought you guys could enter the ultimate god realm. Looks like it's impossible now." The slightly disappointed Lin Ray stepped into the air and stood parallel to the human corpse. Lin Ray smiled as he looked at the human corpse in front of him and felt the aura and cultivation level from the human corpse. Tisk, although his cultivation level is only at the early stage of the ultimate god realm, he's still a leader. I wonder if killing him will give me double the experience points or other rewards. At this moment, looking at the human corpse, Lin Ray didn't feel fear at all. Instead, there was a hint of longing on his face. "Speak, human. What are you trying to do? Why are you killing my subordinates so wantonly? Today, if you don't give me a good explanation, I'll kill you," the human corpse said. However, in the depths of the human corpse's eyes, there was a hint of panic and fear. However, the human corpse hid perfectly. Even Lin Ray didn't notice it for many years. Is that so? Hearing the human corpse's threat, Lin Ray's face showed a hint of interest. It had been a long time since the human corpse used such a threatening tone to talk to him. However, those people were all dead now. Humph! The human corpse did not say anything, but his hands were ready to fight. Interesting. Very interesting. Looking at the human corpse's actions, Lin Ray's face showed even more interest. However, this was also Lin Ray's intention. Boom! A terrifying spiritual aura soared into the sky. The blood-red illusory spirit blood fire instantly rushed in all directions and encircled an area of 100 meters. Four-sided lock universe, appear. Suddenly, mysterious and beautiful runes and formation patterns jumped happily on Lin Ray's fingers. What? Formation? You? As the master of the first sky of ancient corpse burial ground, he was naturally very familiar with formations. Of course, he was only familiar with them and didn't know how to use them. Oh, not bad. You even know about formations. You're not bad. You're worthy of being my opponent. However, I hope you won't disappoint me later. With a mysterious and strange smile, he glanced at the human corpse. In a flash, the formation was completed. The area of 100 meters was sealed by Lin Ray's formation. Clap, clap. After doing all this, Lin Ray clapped his hands. Well, I won't let you escape. So, let's start the battle. Let me experience the strength of the master of the first sky of ancient corpse burial ground. Come on. After saying that, Lin Ray, who didn't have any weapons, clenched his fist. The star finger produced the illusory spirit blood fire that could destroy all the evil forces in the world. You've gone too far. Since you're enjoying it so much, I promise you that I'll make you wish you were dead. The human corpse, who had always been in a high position, had never been provoked like this. At this moment, he couldn't bear it any more and burst out. Die for me! Whoosh! In an instant, the human corpse roared and his figure disappeared. With a huge murderous aura, he rushed to the front of Lin Ray. At this moment, the human corpse had a 3-foot-long cold sword in his hand. Oh, and at this time, Lin Ray didn't dare to be careless in the slightest in the bombardment of the human corpse. Ordinary people were already so powerful, not to mention the human corpse that could control them. At this moment, Lin Ray didn't dare to be careless. The star finger was instantly used. With the illusory spirit blood fire, he rushed toward the human corpse. The speed of the two was very fast. In an instant, they rushed in front of each other. A sword and a finger collided together. Bang! Suddenly, a sound of metal colliding that shouldn't have appeared suddenly appeared. Lin Ray's finger, with a little golden light and attached with a large amount of illusory spirit blood fire, collided with the long sword of the human corpse. The two were evenly matched. At this moment the human corpse was shocked. He knew his own strength very well. Now, he could catch his long sword with his finger. This shocked him so much that he even had the impulse to swallow the long sword. Again, looking at Lin Ray, he didn't care about the human corpse's shock at all. Ignoring him, he used the star finger with his other hand and rushed toward the human corpse. At this moment, the human corpse didn't have time to react. Lin Ray's star finger with the illusory spirit blood fire was already in front of the human corpse. The human corpse, who was in a daze and didn't have time to react, could only use the body that he was proud of to resist. However, there was one thing that the human corpse didn't expect. Lin Ray's body was at the peak of the divine realm. He only needed a miracle to break through to the saint realm. Moreover, the illusory spirit blood fire was ready to carve them. Therefore, what human corpse didn't expect was that the body he was so proud of was pierced through without any resistance the moment it was touched by Linley's astral finger. Puff! Different from the other corpses, at this moment, when Lin Ray's finger pierced through the human corpse's body, a gush of green blood instantly gushed out. A painful roar came out of the corpse's mouth, its face contorted in pain. How is this possible? How can you be in my hands? You. At this moment, the human corpse looked at Lin Rei with great disbelief. Since he became a human corpse, he had never been seriously injured by anyone, let alone being beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Moreover, the one who was more seriously injured was the human that he had always looked down on. But today it was proven that a human did it today, and he did it very thoroughly, directly injuring him. Moreover, what he couldn't accept even more was that the other party didn't use a weapon, but his hands. How could he accept this? How could someone as prideful as him possibly endure such humiliation, such a defeat? At the same time, he remembered what the Earth Corpse said to him in the second heaven, telling him to be careful. At that time, he was full of disdain. Now, he regretted listening to the Earth Corpse. If he could go back in time, he would definitely listen to the Earth Corpse and even stay to help. However, it was a pity that it was already too late. There was no use regretting it. He pulled his hand out of the human corpse's chest and used the illusory spirit blood fire to evaporate the green blood on his hand. Hearing the human corpse's angry roar, Lin Rei looked at him with killing intent and roared, "Shut up! Otherwise I'll kill you right now and make you disappear from this world completely. Believe me, I can do it, and I can do it very thoroughly. If you don't believe me, you can try." You. At this moment, the human corpse turned pale with fright after hearing Lin Rei's words. After saying you, he stopped abruptly. He didn't dare to say anything else. At this moment, he was afraid. Chapter 773. Elo. At this moment, the human corpse stopped its hysterical roar of pain. It glared at Lin Rei as if it wanted to peel off his skin and pull out his tendons. At this moment, the moment Lin Rei suppressed the human corpse, the corpses within a radius of 1,000 meters instantly lost their madness and killing intent. At this moment, the corpses appeared to be very well behaved as they stood motionlessly in the surroundings. They stared blankly at the human corpse. Their eyes were no longer filled with murderous intent like before. Instead, they were obedient and fearful. At this moment, the corpses were filled with fear and dread towards Lin Rei. Yes, they were afraid. They saw their master being suppressed by Lin Rei. At this moment, they were afraid. Although they were people who had died once, their corpses still contained their obsessions from when they were alive. Huff, huff, huff. At the side, seeing that the corpses had stopped attacking, Jie Yang stopped using the primal chaos dragon spear and squatted on the ground. His face was extremely pale. At this moment, Jie Yang's physical strength was exhausted after using the primal chaos dragon spear. The spirit energy in his body had been completely devoured by the primal chaos dragon spear. And just now, Jie Yang had completely used his physical strength, pure physical strength. It finally stopped. If it didn't stop, I'm afraid. While thinking, he saw the corpses around him looking at Lin Rei with reverence. Jie Yang's heart trembled and he felt a lingering fear. Damn, this brat can get through it so peacefully every time. If that's the case, following him is also a good thing. Eighth baby, who was the same as Jie Yang, looked at Lin Rei in the middle of the corpses and revealed a smile. Slap. Suddenly, just as eighth baby was fantasizing, a slap came from behind. A slap came from behind. Because he was thinking about something, eighth baby didn't sense it at all. In the end, the slap landed solidly on his head. Feeling the pain, Ba Bao Bao came back to his senses and turned his head to look at the Pai Xiu behind him. He roared, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" TSK. Regarding the angry roar, Pai Xiu was curious and did not care at all. He nodded his head indifferently and reminded, "Don't think about some wretched things in your heart. Since you have followed Lin Rei, then follow him well. Although I have a bit of a deal with Lin Ray, I have to say that he is a trustworthy person. Don't let him down. At this moment, Eighth Baby was stunned. He didn't know what to say to the Pishio's words. However, how could Ba Bao Bao endure Pai Shio's slap on his head? Immediately, he changed his attitude and spoke to Pai Shio with a teasing smile on his face. Yo, what's going on? Aren't you usually unwilling to talk to Lin Ray? Why did you change your attitude now? TSK, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. You don't need to care about my matters. However, you have to remember, don't have any bad thoughts about Lin Ray. If I find out, even if you are immune to magic, I will find a way to destroy you. You cannot believe me, but you can try. At this moment, Pai Shio was not as indifferent as before. At this moment, Pai Shio was filled with killing intent. At this moment, Pai Shio was serious. At the same time, Eighth Baby also experienced Pai Shio's intention and killing intent. At this moment, he was deeply sure that if he dared to do anything to let down Lin Ray, then he would be killed endlessly by Pai Shio. Phew, okay, don't stare at me. I won't do anything bad to Lin Ray. He can give me a lot, such as 9 Revolution Mixed Yuan Dan. So, don't worry. Rolling his eyes at Pai Shio, he didn't say anything. His gaze moved away from Pai Shio and looked at Lin Ray. Are you convinced? Looking at the human corpse, Lin Ray had a look of contempt. He looked at the human corpse in front of him who was battered and exhausted. There was no trace of his previous arrogance and high spirits. I am not convinced, I am not convinced. A roar came out of the human corpse's mouth. At this moment, he was still not convinced. He didn't believe that he would lose to this human in front of him. He didn't believe it. He also didn't want to believe it. He was not convinced. Ah! Hearing the human corpse's voice, seeing his face full of disdain, looking at his ferocious appearance, Lin Ray showed a trace of a mocking smile. Looking at the human corpse, at this moment, Lin Ray suddenly had an interesting idea. Hey kid, since you're so adamant about not going, then I'd like to see if your Dao heart is as tough as I thought it was. Linley spoke in a sinister tone. You, what do you want? Suddenly, a cold wind instantly filled the human corpse's body. He, who couldn't feel the cold, felt it at this moment. Moreover, he was able to endure it. What am I doing? Looking at the human corpse's frightened face, Lin Ray smiled and stretched out his hand. A shimmering spiritual herb appeared in his hand. Then, the illusory spirit blood fire instantly condensed on his palm and began to refine the spiritual herb in his hand. Looking at Lin Ray's action, the human corpse was hesitant and doubtful. He didn't know what Lin Ray was doing, but he knew that it wouldn't be good for him. Moreover, he could vaguely feel a sense of dread. It was impossible for a group of 4, a hierarch cultivator, to possess such a feeling. Here, in a short span of 10 breaths, the originally glowing spiritual medicine had been completely refined into 2 drops of jade-green liquid by the time Linley opened his mouth. The illusory spirit blood fire was retracted. A faint fragrance entered his nose, giving a refreshing feeling. Why do I feel my wound? After smelling the fragrance, I feel a little itchy. It seems like the prelude to recovery. At this moment, the human corpse was bewildered. Looking at the dark green spiritual liquid, Lin Ray turned his head to look at the human corpse. A trace of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. However, on the surface, he was very easygoing like the spring water of an ancient well. But often this was the case. The human corpse was indeed unsure and afraid. Looking at him, Lin Ray didn't say anything. Then, the hand holding the spiritual liquid quickly patted the wound on the human corpse's chest. At this moment, a warm feeling instantly rushed into his body from his chest. Suddenly, a gentle energy instantly spread throughout his body and began to heal the wound on his chest with a very mysterious and huge energy. At this moment, the human corpse didn't say anything. Then, he hurriedly sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his cultivation method. He began to refine the energy that entered his body and heal his wound. Hurry up and recover. Hurry up and recover. After you recover, I will let you know that only by submitting to me can you have a longer future. Only by submitting to me will I let you go. At this moment, the human corpse didn't care about Lin Rei's thoughts at all. He had no idea at all. It turned out that when Lin Rei saw the human corpse's powerful physical body, the desire to subdue him slowly multiplied in his heart. At the same time, Lin Rei knew that people in high positions like this usually had their own pride. If he couldn't completely suppress them with strength, there was no way to subdue them. Regarding this, the only thing Lin Rei could do now was to use his strength and methods to subdue them completely. Of course, unless the human corpse wasn't afraid of death. He wasn't afraid of dying again. Just like that, time slowly passed by as the human corpse healed his wounds. Just like that, the crowd waited patiently. Lin Rei stood before the human corpse with an even more relaxed expression. With an amused smile on his face, he looked at the human corpse and waited for her to recover. As for Jiayang was also like the human corpse. Due to the fact that he had consumed too much energy earlier, if he didn't recover in time, it would be too late if he encountered any danger later. As for Babao and Pai Xiu, they were sitting where they were. No one knew what they were talking about. In any case, from the smiles on their faces, it was obvious that they were talking about something very interesting. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. At this moment, the human corpse had completely recovered. His cultivation had returned to its peak state. Furthermore, the aura on his body had become even more powerful. Amen? He actually wants to make a breakthrough? At this moment, Lin Rei, who had been imprisoning the human corpse all this time, felt the energy waves coming from the human corpse's body. Immediately, the amused expression on Lin Rei's face became even stronger. All of a sudden, a shocking roar of rage erupted from the corpse. It threw its head back and let out a long howl. Looking at the corpse, Lin Rei laughed. A strange smile appeared on his face. He then stretched out his hand and used the astral finger again. After that, he didn't say anything. His eyes widened and a sharp gaze shot out from his eyes, aiming at the chest of the corpse that was about to break through to the next cultivation level. Just like before, it was precisely the same spot that the corpse had used his hand to touch. Bang! With a muffled sound, the human corpse, who was originally wantonly howling at the sky, suddenly stopped howling. She looked down with a stunned expression and saw that the same scene as before had appeared on her chest. Just like before, Lin Rei's finger pierced into his chest and pierced through his body. A painful voice came out of the corpse's mouth. At this moment, the corpse felt despair, endless despair, complete despair. At this moment, the corpse didn't expect that the reason why Lin Rei gave him medicine to heal his injuries was because of this moment. The pain could not be increased. How could he endure it? Even if he had a firm Tao heart, he would not be able to endure a second serious injury. This was a direct blow to him. With a thud sound, the corpse fell to the ground. He stared at Linley with a despairing gaze, only to see Linley smiling at him and waving at him. You! At this moment, seeing Lin Rei's expression, the corpse knew that Lin Rei had done it on purpose. At this moment, the corpse was very sullen. He didn't expect this to happen. Seeing the human corpse looking at him in despair, Linley chuckled and said, "How about it? Are you convinced if I stand here?" "I don't." Hearing Linley's question, the human corpse wanted to refuse, but when he thought of the result just now, he immediately stopped after saying those two words. "Speak. You're not what?" Lin Rei knew what the corpse wanted to say, but he didn't point it out. He knew that this time, the corpse would definitely submit because no one would be injured and healed again like this. I'm convinced. Senior Sir Big Brother, I'm convinced. Please don't torture me anymore, okay? I don't have it easy. Please let me go for the sake of my bitter life. At this moment, the corpse completely surrendered. Tears flowed from his eyes as he looked at Lin Ray with a painful expression and begged for mercy. With a plop, the corpse knelt down in front of Lin Ray and kowtowed to admit his mistake while begging for mercy. Seeing this, Lin Ray knew that he was really wrong. Not for anything else, but because of the trace of respect in the corpse's eyes. Lin Ray looked at him with a trace of respect. All right, get up. I'm not making things difficult for him. As the saying goes, taking and letting go can make people submit from the bottom of their hearts. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Big Brother. Hearing Lin Ray's words, the corpse looked as if he was released from prison. He smiled happily and quickly got up from the ground. She clutched her chest with a pained expression on her face. She stood to the side obediently and did not say anything. Sigh. I thought you could hold on a little longer so that I could play with you for a while. I didn't expect you to admit defeat so quickly. TSK, how boring, Lin Ray said. The corpse. At this moment, the shadow in the corpse's heart had completely occupied his heart. At this moment, the corpse secretly swore in his heart. He couldn't offend Lin Ray anymore. All right, now you can tell me if there are any special existences in this ancient corpse trove. For example, een flame or something like that. Looking at the human corpse's submission, Linley once again returned to the question he wanted to know at the beginning. In fire? How did you know that there would be een fire in the ancient corpse trove? At this moment, the human corpse was greatly alarmed. Other than the master of the third heavenly layer of the ancient corpse trove, there was simply no one else who knew about the existence of the een flame in the ancient corpse trove. However, at this moment, he actually heard about it from an outsider's mouth. That's none of your business. You just need to tell me the exact location of the een fire, and whether there are any exotic beasts guarding the area. Looking at the corpse, Lin Ray's sharp gaze instantly shot out from his eyes and stared at the corpse. Instinctively, the corpse wanted to refuse. He wanted to refuse Linley's question, but when he thought about what Linley had just said, his body trembled, and a look of struggle appeared on his face. However, the struggle only lasted for a moment. In the end, the corpse couldn't resist Lin Ray's cruel means and finally opened his mouth to tell the exact location of the een fire. The een flame is located in the second level of the ancient corpse vault, where the corpse of heaven and earth is. The corpse of heaven and earth is my second brother. He's a mid-stage ultimate god cultivator with an even stronger physique. The human corpse's eyes regained their previous pride and affection. Chapter 774. Your second brother? Seeing the pride and arrogance in the corpse's eyes, Linley's eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. Lin Ray knew about the Lord of the Second Heaven. According to the system, a mid-ultimate god's cultivation base was very strong, so naturally, his body would be even stronger. Especially after experiencing the human corpse, he believed that the earth corpse's cultivation base and strength would be even stronger. At the same time, Linley wanted to recruit the earth corpse. A mid-ultimate god with a strong physical body was rare in the divine world. It could be said that they were as rare as phoenix feathers and water chestnut. How is it? Are you scared? If you are, I advise you to. Where is your second brother? Are you sure the een flame is with your second brother, the earth corpse? Who are his subordinates, and what are their cultivation bases? At this moment, Linley didn't even have the chance to say anything to the human corpse. Linley had pretty much figured out the human corpse's temper. The human corpse was like a rich young master who was fed and clothed. However, this rich young master was a little strong, and the human corpse had all the flaws of a rich young master. Lin Ray wouldn't complain about the cost. The human corpse wasn't one of his men before, but now Hearing Lin Ray ignoring him, the human corpse wanted to get angry but didn't dare to. He pointed to the west and said reluctantly, "Over there, that's where my second brother is. He's at the second heaven." He turned around and looked at the direction the human corpse was pointing at with a thoughtful expression. At this moment, before Lin Ray could say anything, the human corpse's voice came from behind him. "Human, the Een flame you mentioned is also there. However, the Een flame is worshipped by my second brother. He still wants to see the Een flame to improve his cultivation base and combat strength. So, if you want to get the Een flame, you have to defeat my second brother. Otherwise, it's impossible. Een flame is the extreme of Een. You're a spirit cultivator. Although I don't know how your cultivation is, I heard from my big brother that spirit cultivators cultivate Yin and Yang. If you absorb the Yin flame, it's very likely that your Yin and Yang will be disrupted or even devoured by the Yin flame. In the end, the Yin flame will take it for its own." Lin Ray came back to his senses and listened to the human corpse's words. He was a little surprised, but the smile on his face didn't disappear. At the same time, Lin Ray felt a hint of concern from the human corpse's words. This made Lin Ray feel a little gratified. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not concerned about you. I'm just objective. I can't do anything if you don't listen." Sensing Linley's burning gaze, the human corpse was startled for a moment before turning away to look at the cultivator who had avoided Linley's gaze. Looking at the human corpse's cute side, Lin Ray chuckled. Then, he took out a 9 revolutions mixed energy elixir from his ring and threw it to the human corpse. He said, "Eat it. Even a sage would fight to get this." "What?" Hearing Lin Ray's words, the human corpse turned around and saw an elixir the size of a fingernail in front of him. Subconsciously, the human corpse caught it. Immediately, a fragrant smell was emitted from the elixir. "Hiss, this elixir." Looking at the medicinal pill and smelling the fragrance emitted from the medicinal pill could actually trigger the opportunity for a breakthrough that had disappeared earlier. Furthermore, at this moment, when the human corpse smelled the medicinal pill fragrance, he could clearly feel the itch coming from the wound on his chest. Feeling the magical effect of the elixir, the human corpse could no longer stay calm. He had seen and eaten elixirs before. However, compared to the elixirs he had eaten before, the elixirs he had eaten before could only be described as trash. Looking at the human corpse's excited face, Lin Ray said unhurriedly, "Eat it. This elixir is called the 9 revolutions mixed energy elixir. It's a supreme grade venerable elixir. You should know its effects." Lin Ray knew that the human corpse had broken the opportunity to break through. Now, he used a 9 revolutions mixed energy elixir to recover the opportunity. It was a piece of cake for Lin Ray. Looking at the confidence on Lin Ray's face, the human corpse was stunned. Then, he nodded repeatedly and said, "I know," but, while he was sensing, the human corpse recalled that he had just recovered from his injury with great difficulty. However, just as he recovered, he was interrupted by Lin Ray and was seriously injured again. At this moment, the human corpse was traumatized. He was afraid that Lin Ray would do the same thing again. If that was really the case, the human corpse would rather not recover because the feeling of being repeatedly tortured was too uncomfortable. This was no longer just physical torture. It could be considered as spiritual torture. This was something he couldn't bear. Hearing the human corpse's words, Lin Ray was stunned. Thinking of what he had done before, he immediately understood and promised, "Don't worry, I won't torture your body and soul anymore. You can focus on breaking through and healing your wounds. However, I'll only give you half a day. If you don't break through to middle stage ultimate god in half a day, then I'll..." Lin Ray raised his hand and gestured in front of his eyes. Seeing Lin Ray's gesture, the human corpse who was about to say something stopped abruptly. Then, He nodded repeatedly and said, "Don't worry, I'm the master of this first heaven. Half a day is enough for me to break through my cultivation." With that, he did not dare to continue chatting with Lin Ray. Although he spoke of his lofty aspirations, the human corpse knew that breaking through and healing his injuries in half a day was a huge challenge for him. As the saying goes, there was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. If you ride a tiger, you can't get off. The human corpse could only risk it. After all, he did not want to fall into the tiger's hands. He found a quiet and clean place, sat down cross-legged and threw the 9 revolutions mixed energy pill into his mouth. Then, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Seeing that the human corpse had entered the state of breakthrough, Lin Ray did not disturb him. The human corpse's breakthrough would also strengthen his team. Therefore, Lin Ray walked towards the place where Ba Bao Bao and Pai Xiu were. Oh, it seems that Lin Ray will be able to subdue a few capable subordinates this time. At this time, Ba Bao Bao and Pai Xiu noticed the arrival of Lin Ray. Among them, Pai Xiu said in a low voice with a smile, "Sai, that's right. Lin Ray can be considered as a legend. He has beaten them to such a state, yet they still submit to him. If it were me, I would definitely." Ba Bao Bao opened his mouth. However, halfway through his words, Pai Xiu's murderous gaze landed on him. Immediately, Ba Bao Bao shut his mouth obediently and did not speak anymore. "Humph, you only know how to bully me." Looking at Pai Xiu, Ba Bao Bao was speechless. As the saying goes, don't be afraid of a thief stealing, but be afraid of a thief remembering. Ba Bao Bao had no way to deal with Pai Xiu. "He's here." At this time, Pai Xiu did not pay attention to Ba Bao Bao, who did not have any plastic surgery. Instead, he turned his head to look at Lin Ray and said, "And." At this moment, Lin Ray came to Pai Xiu and Ba Bao Bao's side and looked at them. Lin Ray nodded in response. "How was it, just now, Tisk? Are you looking down on me? Are you looking down on me? I'm asking you if you are." Suddenly, Pai Xiu said loudly, Lin Ray felt helpless in Pai Xiu's heart. It seemed that he did not say anything. However, Pai Xiu knew that Lin Ray did not finish his words. Therefore, he did not wait for him to finish speaking and interrupted him. "Okay, we are fine. This group of people who are neither human nor ghost can hurt us." Ba Bao Bao found the right time and quickly said, "That's good." Seeing that the two of them were fine and there were no injuries on their bodies, suddenly, his heart calmed down. "I thought that you were injured and wanted to give each of you a 9 revolutions mixed yuan pill to heal your injuries. Since you are not injured, then keep it. After all, I don't have many 9 revolutions mixed yuan pills left." "What?" The moment Lin Ray finished speaking, 2 miserable screams came from Pai Xiu and Ba Bao Bao's mouth. Their feet were filled with darkness, regret, and unwillingness. At this moment, Pai Xiu and Ba Bao Bao were very depressed. It was as if they had eaten 10,000 dead flies. They did not expect that Lin Ray wanted to say this. If Pai Xiu and Ba Bao Bao knew, they might just lie on the ground and pretend to be sick and ask Lin Ray to give them the 9 revolutions mixed yuan pill. However, it was a pity that they missed such a good opportunity. Heh! Lin Ray's face showed a thought-provoking smile. Immediately, he looked at Pai Xiu and Ba Bao Bao and said, "Okay, quickly rest. In a while, we will go to the second heaven of the ancient corpse trove and see how powerful the owner of the second heaven is. We will find the Yin flame and then merge it with the illusory spirit blood fire. Let's see if there will be any different sparks between them." Okay. At this moment, the two of them returned to their usual demeanor. After answering, they went to the side and began to cultivate on the ground. Seeing that everyone had entered into cultivation, Lin Ray's mind moved and instantly entered the system. "System, quickly come out. I still want to ask about the Yin flame merging with the illusory spirit blood fire." Standing in the space, Lin Ray looked up at the sky and said loudly, "Alas! A sigh rang out immediately after Linley finished speaking. The voice was filled with helplessness. Hearing the sigh, Lin Ray scratched his head awkwardly. Then, he said with a smile, "Just this once. Moreover, I didn't ask you to do it. I just want to know if merging with the Een flame will have a good or bad effect on the nature of the illusory spirit blood fire." It won't. At this moment, the system's answer was very decisive. Hearing the system's words, Lin Ray was relieved. After all, he had never merged with the heavenly strange flame before, so he was a little worried. Okay, merging with the heavenly strange flame is very easy for you. Moreover, you have the protection of the illusory spirit blood fire. What are you afraid of? Unless the heavenly strange flame you want to absorb is stronger than your illusory spirit blood fire, rest assured, everything will be fine. At this time, the system spoke again, its tone full of pride. Hearing this, Lin Ray subconsciously rolled his eyes. Then, he nodded to show that he understood. "I'll leave first. If there's anything in the future, let me know in advance." After saying that, he disappeared from the system without waiting for the system to speak. This brat. Seeing Lin Ray disappear, the system felt helpless. It couldn't be helped. It was already used to Lin Ray being like this. In the ancient corpse depository, after Lin Ray returned to reality, he regained his senses and raised his head to look in the direction of the human corpse. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. "This brat, I didn't expect his foundation to be so strong. It hasn't been long and he has already obtained the 9 revolutions mixed yuan pill to this extent." Looking at the human corpse, Lin Ray's face revealed a trace of surprise. At this moment, the human corpse was emitting rings of powerful energy ripples. These energy ripples were all rushing out from the human corpse. Lin Ray was very familiar with this scene because he had experienced it countless times before. These energy ripples were none other than the signs of a breakthrough. "I originally thought that you would need half a day's time. It seems that I have underestimated you." After saying that, Lin Ray turned around and walked towards Jieyang. But as luck would have it, right at this moment, as Linley was walking towards Jieyang had finished his training as well. At this moment, Lin Ray, who was walking towards Jieyang, sensed that Jieyang had finished his cultivation. With a smile on his face, he spoke with a slightly louder tone, "You're awake. Are you feeling better?" And Jieyang, who had just exited from his training, heard Linley's greeting. For a moment, he didn't react in time and let out a groan. Hearing Jieyang's voice, Linley's body came to an abrupt halt. His eyes carried a strange gaze as he looked at Jieyang. At this moment, sensing that Lin Ray had stopped his footsteps, Jieyang immediately raised his head and saw Lin Ray's strange gaze. He was stunned for a moment and rolled his eyes at Lin Ray, letting him experience it himself. Although Jieyang had just entered the world, he had heard of Lin Ray's strange gaze in the divine realm. After all, they were both men. Where should we go next? In order to break the strange atmosphere, Jieyang quickly spoke to divert Lin Ray's attention. Sure enough, after hearing Jieyang's words, Lin Ray spoke out his thoughts. "Later, after you have rested, we will go to the second layer of heaven in the west. There is something I want there. I need to get it as soon as possible and then increase my strength. In this place there are unknown dangers. We must increase our strength as soon as possible." *CK. After listening to Lin Ray's plan, Jieyang fainted on the ground. What is weak? Being able to pierce through an early hierarch expert with a finger, this is called weak. At this moment, Jieyang couldn't help but curse. Lin Ray, boom! A muffled sound was heard. Just when Lin Ray was speechless, a strange sound came from behind. Immediately, Lin Ray was startled and quickly turned around to look. He saw the human corpse sitting on the ground with a flushed face. His brows were tightly knitted and his face revealed a painful expression as if he was suffering from some kind of torture. Chapter 775. It's about to break through. Looking at the corpse, a smile appeared on Linley's face. And then, with a flash, he disappeared from Jie Yang's sight. At this moment, Lin Rei was even more worried and nervous than the human corpse. Corpses were the most inconceivable existence in this world. They had already escaped from the cycle of reincarnation and were no longer in the five elements. When they broke through, they would usually attract a terrifying lightning tribulation. Some lightning tribulations could even destroy the corpses that were in the process of breaking through. As for the human corpse, Lin Rei was determined to take it under his command. Therefore, Lin Rei would not allow anything to happen to it. However, Linley did have a bit of selfish motives. For no other reason than the fact that he wanted to test out how terrifying the tribulation lightning would be when a corpse underwent its tribulation. In this way, Lin Rei could also use the lightning tribulation to cleanse his body. Perhaps, his body could reach the great circle of the God realm and become a half-step saint. Of course, it would be even better if it didn't work. After all, he could create a hierarch as his subordinate. At this moment, Jie Yang looked at Lin Rei's action from afar. His eyes immediately widened and his face was filled with disbelief. At this moment, when he saw Lin Rei's action, Jie Yang thought of Lin Rei's idea. Although he had not experienced the world, he had seen some legends about corpses in ancient books. Now, if his idea was confirmed, then, thinking of that, Jie Yang did not dare to continue thinking about it. Even his master did not dare to say that he would be able to withstand that sort of heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, he had also thought of using that method to overcome his own shackles. However, right after that thought was born, he was immediately killed by his master. Now, Lin Rei had done it. Although Jie Yang was a little scared, he was faintly excited in his heart. After all, this scene was very rare to see. Rumble, 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 rumble. Suddenly, the ancient corpse burial ground, which was originally filled with dense Yin-Chi, was now covered with black clouds within 10,000 miles, giving people a very oppressive feeling. More and more black clouds appeared, and they slowly arrived above the human corpse. Then, with the corpse as the center point, they quickly spread out in all directions. The speed was so fast that Lin Rei gasped in surprise. TSK, TSK, TSK. To be able to form thunderclouds so quickly, it seems like the lightning tribulation this human corpse is going to undergo is not simple. It is likely to be even more terrifying than the purple heaven divine lightning and the blood prison divine lightning. If that is the case, then perhaps my physical body will have a breakthrough this time? At this thought, Lin Rei couldn't help but become excited. At this moment, he was purely helping the corpse transcend the tribulation. He had shifted the main focus to himself. Brat, hurry up and prepare some elixirs to restore your physical body. Otherwise, you will suffer later. The system's sudden reminder surprised Lin Rei. Previously, the system had said that it would definitely not help, let alone take the initiative to speak. But now, quick! Why are you still in a daze? Seeing that Lin Rei was stunned on the spot after hearing his words, his eyes were glazed over and his body did not move at all, for a moment. The system's urgent voice sounded again. The lightning tribulation of the corpse is not something you can underestimate. The lightning tribulation is already strong enough. Now that you have intervened, the power of the lightning tribulation will increase by several levels. If you don't use elixirs to supplement the lightning tribulation of this level, then I can't guarantee that you will still be able to see the peak of the Tao. Lin Rei. At this moment, Lin Rei still hadn't recovered from his shock. Perhaps it was because the system's words were too sudden and the meaning behind them had shocked Lin Rei. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a minute had passed. Lin Rei was still standing on the spot. Jie Yang, who was far away, looked at Lin Rei's current state and was very puzzled. However, he didn't go forward because he had seen how powerful the lightning tribulation of the corpse was in an ancient book. An angry roar suddenly rang out. Linley, who had been in a daze, suddenly came back to his senses when he heard the angry roar. His face no longer had the stunned look from before, nor did it have the sluggishness from before. At this moment, Lin Ray's face was flushed. His face was filled with excitement and excitement. He was even more excited because of the system's words. Sure enough, it's just as I thought. With the existence of the lightning tribulation, if I can't break through the physical realm, then I will really be crippled. At this moment, other than excitement, Lin Ray didn't have anything else left. However, Lin Ray couldn't help but be cautious about the system's words. After all, he had never seen the lightning tribulation of the corpse. If it was really as the system said, then, thinking of this, Lin Ray returned to normal and returned to the same situation. Then, with a thought, he entered the space of the storage ring. Whoosh! At this moment, the storage ring was filled with brilliant spiritual light. The light of treasures was magnificent, and the spiritual energy was soaring to the sky. There were spiritual energy fluctuations everywhere. Looking at everything in the ring, Lin Ray's lips curled into a smile. His face was full of smiles. Looking at these things, Lin Ray's heart felt a lot better. These things in front of him were his life, his treasures, his wealth. Thinking back to the things he had obtained in the past, they were all used to fill the scripture pavilion, the weapon vault, the elixir room, the elixir room, the elixir room, the weapon refining room, and many other places in the sect. Now that Lin Ray had left the Xuanzong sect and handed over the position of the sect leader, these things were not the first thing that came to his mind. Looking at these things, Lin Ray didn't pay much attention to them. He knew that he didn't have much time. The lightning tribulation outside was likely to descend at any time. After finding a direction, Linley's body flashed as he charged in that direction. It had to be said that at this moment, the space in the storage ring was quite big. At this moment, Lin Ray had been flying at his fastest speed for half a minute, but he still hadn't reached his destination. Alas, if I had known this, I wouldn't have made such a big storage ring. While flying, he kept complaining about his stupidity. Another half a minute passed. At this moment, Lin Ray finally arrived at his destination. He withdrew his cultivation and landed perfectly on the ground. He raised his head and looked ahead. This place was full of wooden shelves. On these wooden shelves there were elixir bottles of different colors, such as purple, red, and blue. Looking at them, Lin Ray's lips curled into a smile. Then, in a flash, he came to the wooden shelves where the purple elixir bottles were placed. Alas! These are all my treasures. There are so many supreme-level elixirs. It should be enough for me to pass through the lightning tribulation. Thinking of this, Lin Ray didn't think too much. Immediately, he took out a storage ring and made a gesture. Suddenly, a huge suction force appeared. Suddenly, half of the shelves where the purple elixir bottles were placed disappeared. It's time to go out. Seeing that his purpose of coming here had been accomplished, Lin Ray didn't stay any longer. In an instant, he activated his cultivation and disappeared into the ring. Rumble! The moment he walked out of the ring, a muffled sound of rolling thunder came from the sky, which surprised Lin Ray. Subconsciously, he looked up and saw that in the dark lightning tribulation above his head, there was a little blood-red cloud. This red dot was very conspicuous. However, while it was conspicuous, it was also very strange. At this moment, even Lin Ray couldn't help but feel a chill on his back when he saw the red cloud. A strange feeling rose in his heart. Damn, what kind of lightning tribulation is this? How can it make me feel like this? At this moment, Lin Ray had to admit that even before the lightning tribulation fell, he already felt his hair stand on end and a chill on his back. Phew! In front of him, the human corpse, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, slowly woke up at this moment. He opened his eyes and his face was full of shock. When he was meditating before, the sky was not covered with dark clouds and thunder was rolling. Now, when he woke up again, the sky had changed drastically. This made the human corpse a little unbelievable. At this moment, Lin Rei, who sensed that the human corpse woke up, lowered his head and looked at him with a serious expression. "You're awake." Hearing this voice that made him tremble, the human corpse stood up in shock. He didn't stay any longer. In a flash, he moved 10 meters away and looked at Lin Rei with vigilance. Looking at the human corpse's reaction, Lin Rei's parents couldn't help sweating. He didn't expect the human corpse to be so wary of him. However, on second thought, it wasn't entirely the human corpse's fault. After all, what he did before was too inhumane. Looking at the human corpse, Lin Rei gave him a speechless expression and then said in a serious tone, "All right, I won't do anything to you. Moreover, do you think I'm in the mood to joke with you now?" Hearing Lin Rei's words, the human corpse was puzzled. He raised his head and looked at the direction that Lin Rei was pointing at. He only saw the rolling thunder in the sky, and a terrifying aura suddenly appeared and pressed down on him. Suddenly, the human corpse saw this scene and felt the sudden enormous aura. He immediately knew what was going on. Immediately, the human corpse turned his cultivation to the middle stage ultimate god realm. I've broken through to the middle stage ultimate god realm. At this moment, the human corpse was still in shock. Lin Rei, who was opposite him, was confused. Now, the lightning tribulation above your head is more important. Why are you still concerned about your own cultivation? Of course, Lin Rei wouldn't say that out loud. Looking at the human corpse's surprised face, Lin Rei said in a serious tone, "Don't be surprised about your breakthrough. You should be thinking about how you're going to survive the lightning tribulation above your head. Even I can feel the terror of this lightning tribulation. Do you think you're able to withstand the bombardment of the lightning tribulation as an existence that has transcended reincarnation? The lightning tribulation is the existence of the purest yang. It's specially made for existences like you. How long do you think you can survive under this lightning tribulation?" Lin Rei's words were very clear. At this moment, the human corpse who heard Lin Rei's words understood the seriousness of the matter. He knew that the lightning tribulation was very powerful. The human corpse also knew that the lightning tribulation was designed for the corpse clan. At this moment, the human corpse was no longer calm. Lin Rei was speechless at the human corpse's slow reaction. He didn't expect the human corpse to be so slow. He even began to wonder if the human corpse's current achievements were due to the help of his brothers. Seeing the human corpse's panic, Lin Rei revealed a faint smile and said, "I can help you. I can help you pass the lightning tribulation." You're serious?" The human corpse naturally didn't think that Lin Rei would be so kind. He immediately said, "Tell me, what do you need me to do?" Seeing the human corpse being so understanding, Lin Rei smiled and nodded. He then said what he wanted. "Submit. I don't want anything else. I just want you to submit to me. I can help you advance to an unimaginable realm. I can give you resources. I can give you everything. I can even take you away from here." "What? You can take me away from here?" The human corpse was moved. The human corpse wasn't interested in the previous conditions. However, when Lin Rei said that he could take him away, he was moved and hesitant. However, after thinking about it, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He muttered to himself, How is this possible? How can you take me away? Even my brother doesn't have this ability. How can you? The seal here is so strong. How can you?" Seeing the human corpse's gloomy expression and heavy thoughts, Lin Rei grasped the key point and said, "I can. You saw the formation just now. I'm a peak late-stage Honorable Realm Array Master. I'm also a late-stage Honorable Realm Talisman Dao Master. Do you think that I can't break the seal here with these 2 points?" In addition, if I, Linley, take a fancy to something, no one has the right to take it from me. Not even heaven. At this moment, Lin Ray's arrogant words were extremely domineering. His overbearing aura leaked out, giving people the feeling that he was the ruler of the world. Looking at Lin Ray's heroic words, the human corpse was stunned for a moment. Rumble. Just as Linley was speaking with the human corpse, the thunderclouds in the sky had finished forming, and the first bolt of tribulation lightning began to descend. Damn, no way. Lin Ray, who reacted quickly, felt the same. He looked up and saw a lightning tribulation as thick as a thigh rushing down. Lin Ray was shocked. In the next moment, he said to the human corpse beside him, "Hurry up and leave. At the same time, think about what I said just now. I'll help you get rid of this lightning tribulation." Then, without waiting for the human corpse to speak, Lin Ray flashed and disappeared on the spot. Looking at the place where Lin Ray disappeared, the human corpse wanted to say something. However, once the word came out of his mouth, he couldn't say anything else. It was because Lin Ray was gone. Even if he wanted to say something, Lin Ray wouldn't be able to hear him. Sigh. With a sigh, the human corpse followed Linley's instructions and retreated to the side. He subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky. He saw that Linley, who had disappeared, was now in the air. He was not holding any weapons in his hands. He stood proudly in the air, looking very domineering. "I hope you're okay." Looking at Lin Ray's back, the human corpse prayed in his heart, "If you can survive this tribulation, I, Yunpeng, will definitely agree to your conditions." Chapter 776. Rumble. An arm-thick bolt of lightning came crashing down towards Linley. Under the human corpse's worried gaze, the lightning finally arrived in front of Lin Ray in an instant. A terrifying force exploded at this moment. You're just an ant. How dare you compete with the sun and moon? Break. Raising his head and looking at the lightning, Lin Ray did not hesitate. His eyes were filled with determination and unyielding. He raised his arm. At this moment, Lin Ray did not use any of his cultivation. Using only his physical body, he punched towards the lightning with his palm. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the lightning collided with Lin Ray's fist. At this moment, a terrifying pain spread from his fist to his arm. In the end, a tearing pain spread throughout his body. The pain shocked Lin Ray. His face, which was originally full of vigor and vitality, turned pale in an instant. F***ck, why is it so painful? This damn lightning tribulation is 4 or 5 times stronger than the one I've experienced before. At this moment Lin Ray was shocked. He could not help but feel regret in his heart. However, at this moment, regret rose in Lin Ray's heart along with surprise and excitement. Being able to feel all kinds of pain from this lightning tribulation proved that this lightning tribulation was of great help to his physical body. In this way, breaking through to the saint realm, was it still a dream? Was it still far from his dream? The answer was, of course, no. At this moment, along with the pain, Lin Ray's heart was filled with excitement. Break for me. Staring at the bolt of lightning which was about to collide with him, Linley exerted a tremendous amount of force. In an instant, the bolt of lightning which was as thick as his arm was instantly shattered. Devouring heaven's spell, devour. Looking at the lightning that was shattered by him, Lin Ray did not waste it. In Lin Ray's dictionary, wasting was a shameful thing that he had always understood. The moment the devouring heaven spell appeared, a vortex of black holes appeared around the dissipating lightning. A terrifying suction force appeared instantly. Void, the lightning came from the world. It contained the ways of the world and possessed tremendous energy. Now, under the effects of Lin Ray's art of devouring, the energy was completely absorbed into his body. Ding-dong, energy is increasing. Ding-dong, physical body growing. Ding-dong, the elixirs are growing. At this moment, the sound of system notifications continuously rang out. At this moment, Lin Ray was not annoyed. In fact, he was very happy. Is this AF * king joke? Lin Ray's current actions caused the human corpse, Jie Yang, and the others below. This scene was the most shocking thing they had ever seen in their lives. Even the divine Venerable Pai Xiu would not dare to say that he could withstand the lightning tribulation with his bare hands and devour the lightning with his bare hands. Seeing the lightning tribulation's energy being absorbed by Lin Ray bit by bit, Jie Yang's heart was filled with endless envy. At this moment, Jie Yang began to think to himself, if the person who was absorbing the lightning energy was him, how great would that be? If that was the case, Jie Yang believed that if he was able to absorb the lightning energy, he would not have to worry about not being able to break through the shackles of his physical body. Unfortunately, he did not possess the ability or strength to do so. He was unable to absorb the lightning energy. He knew very well that he was unable to do so. Just like this, the crowd raised their heads. With shock that lasted for a very long time, they watched as Lin Ray absorbed the lightning energy to increase his strength. At this moment, Lin Ray also felt that his physical body that had been unable to break through for a very long time was improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, he knew that following the improvement of his physical body, the pain that he had to endure would also be proportional to his physical body. The feeling of pain caused his heart to become numb. Previously, when his fist collided with the lightning, it was already painful enough. However, after absorbing the lightning energy, Lin Ray finally understood what was called true heart-wrenching pain. What was called true freedom. If Lin Ray had not experienced the tempering of the lightning in the lightning territory in the Death Canyon for 100 years, he would not have such determination and perseverance. Rumble. Roar. However, at this moment, when Lin Ray was absorbing the lightning energy and shattering the lightning with his fist, the lightning tribulation had already felt Lin Ray's provocation. Facing Lin Ray's provocation, as the lightning tribulation of the heavenly punishment, how could it tolerate a human challenging its supreme authority? It's over. The lightning tribulation was enraged. At this moment, the might of the lightning began to rapidly increase. Looking at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky, the Pai Xiu's complexion suddenly changed. There was a trace of worry on his face. He still had some influence on the heavenly punishment. After all, he had not experienced the heavenly punishment for a long time. He was almost used to the taste of the heavenly punishment. At this moment, feeling the rapid increase in the might of the lightning tribulation, everyone's eyes revealed a worried look. Especially the human corpse, because this should be what he should bear, but now, phew. Lin Ray felt an indescribable comfort in his heart as he felt the rapid improvement of his physical body in the air. He had not felt this way for hundreds of years. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes had passed. The second wave of lightning tribulation had been successfully brewed. At this moment, Lin Ray, who had absorbed the lightning energy, had finally absorbed the first wave of lightning tribulation. His body had increased to a level that made Lin Ray excited. Feeling the benefits from the first wave of lightning tribulation, Lin Ray could not help but reveal an insatiable look on his face. Tisk, I'm so happy. I'm about to break through the semi-sage physical body. Just a little more, a little more. If I can use the lightning tribulation to break through my physical body and cultivation, that would be great. At this moment, Lin Ray longed for more. Now, not only did he hope that his physical body could break through, but he also hoped that his cultivation could break through at this moment. Breaking through to the middle stage of Divine Core Realm. In this way, the journey in the ancient corpse trove would be much safer and smoother. Rumble, at this moment, within the tribulation clouds, terrifying bolts of lightning condensed together and began to intertwine. A few minutes later, a blue thunder dragon appeared. The thunder dragon glared at Linley, its eyes filled with killing intent. It lowered its head and looked at Linley, who was standing in the air. Looking at him, the thunder dragon roared angrily. Then, with its huge body, it charged out of the tribulation clouds. Its speed was so fast that Linley was shocked. F***ck, not good. Looking at the lightning dragon rushing out, Lin Ray immediately knew that things were not good. Although he had great confidence, Lin Ray knew that if he had only used his physical body to resist the lightning dragon, he would have been killed before he could devour it and strengthen himself. Looking at the lightning dragon that had disappeared, Lin Ray did not dare to be careless. The chaotic dragon's spear appeared in Lin Ray's hand. At this moment, holding the chaotic dragon's spear, Lin Ray felt a lot more at ease. Looking at the place where the lightning dragon had disappeared, Lin Ray's lips curled into a smile. Not wasting any time, he closed his eyes and expanded his 5 senses in an instant. He began to investigate the lightning dragon's current location. Behind him, a huge dragon tail appeared in an instant. As for the dragon head, Lin Ray also saw that the dragon head was not far from his feet. F***ck, that's really sinister. Sensing the lightning dragon's current actions, Lin Ray could not help but break out in cold sweat. If it wasn't for his powerful 5 senses that had reached the Saint Realm, he was afraid that today, even with the help of the system, he would not be able to escape death. However, since he had sensed the lightning dragon's existence, Lin Ray naturally did not have to wait for death. However, what shocked the human corpse was that at this moment, Lin Ray still did not use any of his cultivation base. He was still using his physical body. Seeing this scene, Jiayang was stunned. He knew that he would not be able to do such a thing. At this moment, Lin Ray's position in the sky. Lin Ray held the chaotic dragon spear in his hand. 9 azure dragons instantly rushed out from the chaotic dragon's spear and rushed towards the sky. Lin Ray took the spear and disappeared in an instant. Sky blood spear art, millions of corpses, break for me. All of a sudden, a voice that was filled with coldness was heard from the other side. Lin Ray, who had disappeared, suddenly appeared. The spear in his hand instantly pierced out tens of thousands of spear shadows. Each of the shadows carried the profound meaning of the sky blood spear art, millions of corpses. Just like this, the dense spear shadows under Lin Ray's control instantly rushed towards the lightning dragon's tail. At this moment, the lightning dragon, who had sensed Lin Ray's intention, seemed to have innate intelligence. At this moment, it actually wanted to dodge Lin Ray's attack. However, would Lin Ray, who had used his battle technique, give the lightning dragon a chance to escape? The answer was, of course, impossible. Humph, how dare you? Lin Ray, who had a slight understanding of the lightning dragon, instantly strengthened his physical body again. His speed rose to an unimaginable level. The lightning dragon disappeared, and Lin Ray's figure disappeared together with the lightning dragon. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Lin Ray finally caught up with the lightning dragon above the dark clouds. Tens of thousands of spear shadows instantly rushed towards the lightning dragon's huge body, aiming for its waist. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard. At this moment, Lin Ray had already used 50% of his physical strength. Perhaps even a mid-hierarch cultivator would not be able to dodge such a powerful attack, let alone a lightning dragon that was formed by the lightning tribulation. However, despite saying that, Linley had to admit that this thunder tribulation was extremely powerful. It was something he had never experienced before. Even the lightning in the Death Gorge and the lightning dominion couldn't compare to this thunder tribulation. Bang! At the moment when the tens of thousands of spear shadows collided with the lightning dragon's body, a loud sound was heard, followed by the lightning dragon's painful cry. Gotcha! The sound of something breaking entered Lin Ray's ears. Lin Ray was overjoyed when he heard the sound. He then raised his head and looked at the lightning dragon. In the middle of the lightning dragon's huge body, There were many densely packed spiderweb-like things that were broken in an instant. As the sound got louder, the cracks in the middle of the lightning dragon's body became bigger and bigger. Finally, the lightning dragon's body exploded and the lightning dragon that was formed from the lightning dragon disintegrated back into its original shape. It turned into specks of energy and dissipated into the air. Trying to run away. Looking at the lightning dragon's shattered energy, Lin Rei's face revealed a dangerous expression. He immediately used the devouring heavenly art again. At this moment, the number of black holes that were twice as many as before suddenly appeared. Each of them had an enormous and irreversible suction force. They gradually appeared around the lightning energy and began to absorb the lightning energy with their enormous suction force. Bzzz, all of a sudden, the pain that had returned to normal appeared once again. Moreover, this pain was many times stronger than before. It could be said that Lin Rei had never experienced such pain in his entire life. The pain of having his flesh scraped off, his tendons pulled out, and his skin peeled off was nothing compared to the pain Linley was currently enduring. It wasn't even worth mentioning. The moment he felt the pain, Lin Rei felt his body sink and almost fell from the sky. Lin Rei was really in pain. It was so painful that he almost couldn't bear it anymore. What's going on? The Paixio, who was standing on the ground and looking up at Lin Rei's current appearance, saw Lin Rei. Suddenly, its face darkened and its heart jumped to its throat. It even wanted to rush up to the lightning to quench Lin Rei's body. However, just when the Paixio wanted to rush out and help Lin Rei resist the pain, its rationality told it that it shouldn't go. Because, if it joined in, the power of the lightning tribulation would increase again. In this way, Lin Rei would suffer even more pain than now. Sigh. At the side, looking at Lin Rei and the Paixio, Ba Bao looked helpless. It opened its mouth and said softly to the Paixio, "You don't have to do this. This is Lin Rei's own choice. Think about it, he should have his own ideas and solutions. We can only wait and see." Yes, that's the only way. The Paixio understood Ba Bao's meaning and nodded. It stared at Lin Rei in the sky and didn't say anything. Please don't let anything happen to you." At this time, the human corpse in the distance looked at Lin Rei in the sky and felt guilty. He didn't expect Lin Rei to be so strong. Even Lin Rei, who defeated him, was in so much pain. At this moment, the pain was increasing again and again. This kind of pain had already exceeded the limits of his body's endurance. Quick! Use the pills to maintain your body's metabolism. Otherwise, you will definitely die today. Just at this time, just when Lin Rei was in so much pain that he couldn't use his strength, a voice that made Lin Rei surprised and happy sounded. Okay. Without hesitation, he endured the pain and with great difficulty, he mobilized his divine sense that was scattered because of the lightning energy and took out the pills that he had prepared. At this moment, Lin Rei didn't care what kind of pills they were. He grabbed a handful and stuffed them into his mouth and began to refine them. These pills were all recovery pills that Lin Rei had prepared in advance. Now, it confirmed the system's previous warning. Chapter 777. The pills melted as soon as they entered his mouth. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably explode and die after taking a handful of venerable grade pills, even though these pills were used to recover the body. However, the combined power of venerable grade pills was extremely huge. If the person who consumed them didn't have a strong fleshly body, the consequences would be unimaginable. As such, only Lin Rei took a handful of pills to recover his injuries. Immediately, a sinister look appeared on his face. Although they were all recovery-type pills, Lin Rei still felt pain from the huge amount of pills. However, it was still fine overall because the pills in his body started to evaporate at this moment. A huge amount of recovery energy started to rush towards Lin Rei's limbs and bones. The powerful medicinal power started to heal 70% of Lin Rei's body. His meridians, fleshly body, bones, and all the cells in his body were healed. The lightning energy rushed in crazily. Lin Rei's pain was unbearable. The powerful lightning energy tore his body apart time and time again. After that, Lin Rei took the pills and healed his body time and time again. This kind of pain wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. At this moment, if it weren't for the fact that Lin Rei was strong enough to survive, he probably wouldn't have been able to endure it. Ding dong, congratulations to the hosts for breaking through to the Grand Perfection God Realm. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Grand Perfection God Emperor Realm. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Peak Late Saint Dao Fruit Saint Realm. As Lin Rei suffered endless pain, Lin Rei's determination to persevere through each realm disappeared from his mind. Hearing the system notification and the good news, Linley's ferocious face finally managed to squeeze out a rare smile. Hong! A muffled sound came from Lin Rei's body. The cracks on his body started to heal at a miraculous speed. Fortunately I broke through. Otherwise, I would have died here today. Sensing the enormous amount of energy flowing through his body and healing his body, a hint of a smile appeared on Linley's face. In the system, seeing that Lin Rei was still able to find him in such a state, it immediately relaxed. It scolded jokingly, "Brat, this is what you have to endure to raise your cultivation level and increase your strength. Moreover, this is just the light test. There will be more tests for you in the future. I hope you can persevere." After saying that, the system went completely hidden and did not speak anymore. Lin Rei could not hear the words of the system at all. At this moment, Lin Rei was only thinking about raising his cultivation state and raising his physical body state. Moreover, he had a feeling that he could break through both the half-saint physical body and the ultimate God realm this time. This feeling became more and more intense as the pain in his body intensified. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of kilometers to the west, a young man dressed in luxurious clothing was standing in an empty area. His heart was filled with medicinal pills, and he raised his head to look in the direction of Linley's group, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Tisk, why do I feel that something is not right? It's as if something big is going to happen. I don't know if the people we sent have reached Third Brother. I hope he is safe and sound. Nothing bad will happen to him." At this moment, the young man looked into the distance and prayed. At this moment, the young man who spoke was none other than the second brother mentioned by the human corpse. He was the master of the second sky of ancient corpse burial, the Earth Corp. At this moment, in the sky above where Lin Rei was, a tearing roar suddenly came from Lin Rei's mouth. At this moment, the cracks on the surface of Lin Rei's body had recovered. Moreover, it was more delicate and smooth than before the heavenly tribulation. His skin was as white as snow, just like the skin of an unmarried woman who had been raised in a boudoir. In addition, with Lin Rei's handsome appearance, if he were to wear women's clothing, he would be completely mistaken for a woman. At this moment, in the sky, 40 to 50 whirlpool black holes disappeared in the sky following Lin Rei's roar. Finally, the second lightning tribulation was completely devoured by Lin Rei. But following that, there was a third and even a fourth lightning tribulation. When a corpse underwent a heavenly tribulation, it would usually be 4 lightning tribulations. Because of the strength of the lightning tribulation, there would be much less lightning. But following the number of lightning tribulations, the lightning tribulations in the future would be several times stronger than the beginning, or even several times stronger. That power was enough to make one tremble and tremble in fear just thinking about it. Purring! With a purring sound, Linley appeared in midair. He then punched out, causing the sound of air being torn to shreds. Linley was certain that this punch was something that even late-stage god-emperors would not be able to withstand. Raising his arms, Linley looked at his powerful and explosive arms, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. No matter what, this was a strength that could only be obtained after experiencing his birthday. Hong long long, hong long long. Kacha, kacha, hong long long. Just as Lin Rei was admiring his body that had already reached the peak of the deity realm, the thunderclouds above his head rolled again, and the third lightning tribulation began to condense and form. Damn, big brother, you can't be, you can at least wait for me to rest for a while. Looking at the lightning tribulation that began to form, Lin Rei's expression changed, and he revealed a bitter smile. He knew that even if he said so, the lightning tribulation would continue to form, and Lin Rei was just comforting himself in his heart. On the ground, the Pai Xiu looked at the third thundercloud that began to form, and the worry on his face deepened. Even the face of the 8 treasures at the side began to turn ugly. This lightning tribulation, I'm afraid that it will be much stronger than the previous one. It seems that this time, shut up! The Pai Xiu roared. Hearing the words of the 8 treasures, the Pai Xiu's expression changed, and he sternly scolded the 8 treasures. Damned pig, this is the first time I've heard such words. However, I also hope that this will be the last time. I do not wish for such words to reach my ears again. I hope that you will not forget about it. Enough, the Pai Xiu was truly angered. From the Pai Xiu's point of view, Lin Rei was not only his savior, the two of them were also friends, relatives, comrades in arms, and so on. The Pai Xiu had long considered Lin Rei to be his other half, an indispensable character. The 8 treasures chose to remain silent. He knew that if he were to continue speaking like that, it would likely end up like what the Pai Xiu said in the past, and they would fight to the death and kill him. Although he was a descendant of the 8 treasures Linglong clan, he did not have much confidence in his own immunity to magic. After all, in the Great Desolate Era, he had suffered countless deaths and injuries, and those that remained were all hidden and buried. Lin Rei, nothing must happen to you. Like the Pai Xiu, Jieyang also began to worry, and his face was filled with nervousness. At this moment, both of his hands were tightly clasped together, grasping tightly. Time passed bit by bit. In the sky, Lin Rei had already adapted to the pain just now. And at this moment, his fleshy body and cultivation had recovered to its original state. Looking at the thunder clouds above his head, Linley saw that the thunder tribulation was about to strike. Suddenly Linley sighed. He then released his Grand Perfection God Emperor fleshy body as well as his Grand Perfection Deity level fleshy body. Holding the primal Chaos Dragon Spear, a peerless aura penetrated out from Lin Rei's body. Aowu, at this moment, the 9 azure dragons released by Lin Rei in the sky seemed to have felt the summons from Lin Rei's heart. They immediately rushed down from the sky, arriving beside Lin Rei in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the 9 azure dragons surrounded Linley tightly, protecting him so tightly that not even a single gust of wind could pass through. At this moment, Lin Rei was ready to fight against the third thunder tribulation. With the primal Chaos Dragon Spear in his hand, the 9 azure dragons' support, the martial god's spatial energy, and his strong fleshy body, Lin Rei could be said to have circulated his cultivation to the extreme. Even the supreme-grade deity weapon that he hadn't used for 1,000 years was used by Lin Rei at this moment. With the support of all these things, Lin Rei felt that it wouldn't be excessive to kill a middle-stage hierarch cultivator in an instant. But, for some reason, the thunder tribulation above his head made his heart palpitate. Awoo! The thunderclouds could sense Linley's powerful desire to do battle. Suddenly, the thunderclouds began to roil and thunder boomed. The third bolt of tribulation lightning, which had been brewing for a long time, finally appeared. The thunder tribulation that was as thick as a tree that 10 people hugged, rushed out of the thunder clouds in an instant, aiming at Lin Rei and attacking him. F***ck. The moment the third thunder tribulation appeared, Lin Rei was shocked. This thunder tribulation made Lin Rei feel suffocated. Lin Rei didn't like this feeling very much. Seeing the thunder tribulation rushing towards him, Lin Rei didn't just sit there and wait for his death. He used all his support, using 120% of his strength to collide with the thunder tribulation above his head. Bang! Rumble! The loud sound instantly spread to the sky and the ground, as if it was going to shake the heavens, giving a sense of awe to all living beings. Boom! Suddenly, after the loud sound, a terrifying and huge wave of energy spread out in all directions with Lin Rei and the thunder tribulation as the center. At this moment, whether it was flying in the sky, walking on the ground, or in the water, everything within 10,000 miles was blown away by the energy wave created by Lin Rei and the thunder tribulation. Swoosh! Bang! Bang bang! At this moment, Jie Yang, the human corpse, the Pishio, and the 8 treasures were all blown away by the energy wave. Only when they were 1,000 miles away did they manage to break free from the energy wave with great difficulty. This energy is so powerful. At this moment, Jie Yang, who fell heavily on the ground, and Lin Rei, who was in the sky 1,000 miles away, Jie Yang's face was filled with shock and fear. Jie Yang believed that it was only because they had powerful cultivations. If it wasn't for the fact that they had powerful cultivations, then they would have been crushed to death by the enormous and terrifying energy wave. Even now, Jie Yang felt as if his entire body was falling apart. His entire body was extremely sore. At this moment, Jie Yang's words and feelings were exactly what the human corpse, the Pishio, and the 8 treasures were feeling. Of course, as the initiator, Lin Rei, was feeling even more pain than them. At this moment, Lin Rei looked at the lightning dragon that collided with him and smiled bitterly in his heart. I'm still too weak. Otherwise, how could this bit of lightning possibly injure me to this extent? Roar! Hearing Lin Rei's words, the lightning dragon seemed to have gained intelligence. It responded to Lin Rei's words. Hearing that, Lin Rei lowered his head and frowned. Immediately after, he stimulated his body's potential once again. How could his strength increase? At this moment, the martial god's complete set of profoundness was being used by Lin Rei to the fullest. He did not hold back in the slightest. At this moment, Lin Rei and the lightning dragon were evenly matched. Neither of them was able to do anything to the other. Rumble, rumble, however, right at the moment when Lin Rei slightly relaxed, a change occurred. In the lightning clouds in the sky, the 4th lightning cloud began to brew. Seeing this scene, Lin Rei's expression changed enormously. Now, the lightning tribulation was already evenly matched with him. Furthermore, he had used all of his power. If another lightning tribulation were to descend, then, the consequences would not be something that Lin Rei would be able to endure. Furthermore, such a scene had never appeared in a lightning tribulation before. Before the 3rd lightning tribulation ended, the 4th lightning tribulation had begun to brew. The situation was completely out of Lin Rei's control. At this moment, Lin Rei started to panic. Lin Rei was truly panicking. He had never encountered such a scene before. At the same time, he also knew how frightening the 4th lightning tribulation would be. Not good. The 4th lightning tribulation has begun to brew. Furthermore, it will descend in less than a few minutes. If that's the case, the 3rd lightning tribulation will be strengthened by the 4th lightning tribulation. The consequences will be unimaginable. If it's a light punishment, the 2 people undergoing the lightning tribulation will be obliterated. If it's a heavy punishment, the area within a circumference of 10,000 miles will be completely turned into ashes. There will be nothing left. All sounds within 10,000 miles will be completely extinguished. At this moment, The Pichio that was 1,000 miles away looked at Lin Rei and the abnormal situation occurring in the lightning clouds above Lin Rei's head. His expression changed enormously. Then, at this moment, hearing the Pichio's words, Eighth Baby wanted to cry but had no tears. He was scared. He was originally a courageous person. Then, what do we do? Lin Rei, Beside him, Jie Yang was also anxious. If that was the case, wouldn't Lin Rei's life be over? At this moment, the Pichio was speechless. He did not know what to do next. He was also panicking. With his current cultivation, not to mention the third lightning tribulation, even the second lightning tribulation would be unbearable. Boy, do you dare to bet? At this moment, when Lin Rei was panicking and at a loss, the system's urgent voice sounded. Bet on what? Lin Rei was puzzled by the system's words. Immediately, he asked. Bet on your life. Looking at Lin Rei, the system's tone was very solemn. That was because there were only two outcomes for this bet. One was to live, and the other was also to die. Hearing the system's two words, Lin Rei was stunned. Immediately after, he smiled miserably. Bet on my life? Do you think I still have the qualifications to choose? The current me is already a piece of meat on the chopping board. I can neither bet on it nor not bet on it. Furthermore, when have I, Lin Rei, ever been afraid of death? Looking at Lin Rei, the system chuckled and said, Very well. Since that's the case, then let's bet on it. If the bet is correct, not only will your physical body reach the level of a half-saint and your cultivation reach the early great Tao ultimate realm, even I. Chapter 778. Even I can break through to the fourth level. When that happens, the system will produce many unexpected things. At that moment, the system was extremely excited as though it had broken through. The energy from the lightning tribulation can help you break through. Lin Rei was shocked. He didn't expect the system to break through here. Lin Rei thought that it would take a long time for the system to break through, or even wait until they reached the holy world and devoured the spiritual energy in the holy world to cultivate. But he didn't expect. But since the system could break through by absorbing the lightning, why wouldn't Lin Rei do it? That's right. But the price is a little high. You may even lose your life because of it. Of course, it's fine if you don't agree. Anyway, I've chosen to give it to you. Looking at Lin Rei, the system said firmly. Lin Rei was speechless. Lin Rei could only choose between breaking through to the next level and breaking through the system because the system could help him resist the energy that he couldn't handle. With no other choice, Lin Rei could only nod in agreement. Since I can break through the system's level, let's do it. I don't have any other choice anyway. Heh, I knew you would make this choice. I didn't misjudge you. The system said with a smile. Fortunately, the system was an invisible consciousness. If it were a physical body, Lin Rei could imagine the system's shameless smile. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Lin Rei knew that the pain that was coming wouldn't be any weaker than this. And at that moment, when he agreed to the system's request, Lin Rei was prepared to endure everything. Seeing the look on Lin Li's face, the system laughed, then said, With a wave of your hand, use the devouring heavens mantra to devour the third and fourth combined tribulation lightning. Ignore the pain in your body, just focus on devouring. As for the chaotic dragon spear, you can throw it directly into the thunder tribulation and let it experience the baptism of the thunder tribulation. After this, I believe that the chaotic dragon spear will be able to recover some of its strength. When it comes out, the chaotic dragon spear should be able to become a saint weapon of the great path. At this moment, Lin Rei's eyes lit up. A sacred weapon. That was an existence that only saints could use. If he had a sacred weapon, who in the god realm would dare to fight against him? Thinking of this, Lin Rei couldn't help but feel excited. However, at the same time, Lin Rei's heart was also filled with worry. After all, the second lightning tribulation had already made him wish he was dead. Now that the third and fourth lightning tribulation had merged, one could imagine how powerful it would be. Don't worry. Looking at Lin Rei, the system knew what Lin Rei was thinking. It comforted him. I'll help you this time. Of course, I have to consider your physical body and cultivation first. After you break through these, I'll break through the system and the Chaos Dragon Spear. Although it's accompanied by high risks, if you can get through it, the rewards will be high. Lin Rei was already used to the system's lies. Therefore, Lin Rei basically ignored the system's words. Of course, there were some things that he had to remember. Alright, I understand. In the end, Lin Rei nodded and stopped the conversation between the two. Rumble, rumble, Kacha. At this moment, the fourth lightning tribulation that had been brewing in the clouds suddenly swooped down. Its speed was so fast that even Lin Rei didn't notice it. In the blink of an eye, it had rushed to the third lightning tribulation and quickly merged with it. Bzzzt bzzzt bzzzt. The sound of the huge lightning was like 1,000 birds chirping at the same time. It made Lin Rei's eardrums vibrate, and it was very uncomfortable. Crunch! A strange sound rang out. Linley's gaze searched for the source of the sound, only to see that his defense, the 9 azure dragons, was beginning to crack open and spread out in all directions in the shape of a spiderweb. F***ck. Feeling that his defense was slowly being destroyed by the lightning, Lin Rei's face turned ashen. He was also afraid of the power of the lightning. As time passed, it didn't take long for the 9 azure dragons to be destroyed. The lightning tribulation still carried an unstoppable momentum and rushed towards Lin Rei. Quick, use the devouring heavenly art. Suddenly, the system's voice was transmitted into Lin Rei's mind. In the next second, Linley's hands automatically activated the devouring heavenly art. But unlike in the past, the devouring heavenly art that Linley was using right now was being controlled by a surge of terrifying energy emanating from his body. This surge of energy was extremely powerful, so powerful that even Linley couldn't help but feel shocked. At this moment, Linley could even sense that this mysterious energy was far more powerful than the lightning in front of him. Boom! After the devouring heavenly art was activated, a huge black hole vortex that Lin Rei didn't even dare to imagine appeared directly in front of him. Moreover, a strange scene happened. The moment the black hole vortex of the devouring heavenly art appeared, it wrapped around the lightning and began to devour it bit by bit. Rumble, a loud rumble was heard. At that moment, the black hole vortex trembled violently as if it would collapse at any moment. However, as the black hole vortex trembled violently, the lightning became powerless to resist and even had the urge to break free and escape. This scene had completely stunned Lin Rei. He didn't expect the devouring heavenly art that he had always used to be so powerful and domineering. He didn't feel it at all before. Hiss! Suddenly, just as Linley was feeling both excited and envious, a terrifying pain suddenly spread throughout Linley's entire body. This pain was far, far greater than the pain of the second bolt of lightning. At that moment, the pain had already cleansed and tempered Lin Rei's body. Every single cell was breathing and devouring the lightning energy that the black hole vortex had devoured. However, while Lin Rei was feeling both pain and joy, his body twitched from the pain and no longer had the ability to stand proudly in the air. Without any doubt, Lin Rei, who had lost his ability, could only let his body fall and crash heavily on the ground. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. At this moment, Linley's body had smashed a human-shaped hole in the ground. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom of it. However, following Lin Rei's descent, the black hole vortex and lightning also followed. Boom! Kacha, the power of the lightning, the power of the devouring heavenly art and Lin Rei's powerful body made the earth rumble the moment the three came into contact with the ground. The ground within a radius of 100 meters instantly caved in. The scene was extremely terrifying. At that moment, Jie Yang, the human corpse, Pai Xiu and the others who were standing 1,000 miles away all stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. Ding dong. Physical body is rapidly improving. Ding dong. Physical body is about to collapse. Host, please repair it quickly. Ding dong. Just like that, the system notifications that Lin Ray was getting more and more energetic rang out one after another. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. The thunderclouds still hadn't dissipated. The third and fourth lightning tribulation that fell on Lin Ray's body was still being devoured by the devouring heavenly art. However, the size of the lightning tribulation had begun to weaken little by little. Lin Ray was very happy about this. Fortunately, no accidents happened during this period of time. Moreover, they could feel that their bodies were infinitely close to the half-saint realm after absorbing the lightning for the past few days. As long as they put in more effort, they believed that it wouldn't take long for them to break through. Although pain was constantly eroding Lin Ray's body during this period of time, it was indeed accompanied by a power that would benefit Lin Ray for the rest of his life. Lin Ray was very willing to accept this. Lightning densely covered Lin Ray's body as if Lin Ray was wearing clothes made of lightning. At that moment, Lin Ray was like a thunder god who had descended to the world. He was majestic, dignified, and inviolable. Kacha, however, as Lin Ray devoured the lightning faster and faster, and more, finally, a cracking sound was heard. Rumble. An enormous surge of blood and qi instantly surged out from within Linley's body, accompanied by an enormous suppressive aura of power. In the blink of an eye, the huge blood and qi pressure and cultivation pressure instantly spread over thousands of miles. At this moment, Jie Yang and the others who were standing thousands of miles away suddenly felt this controlling pressure. Their bodies suddenly trembled, and a trace of a smile appeared on their faces. Oh, it seems that my previous worries are no longer important. I didn't expect that this kid would have such an opportunity. He's fine even after being turned into this by the lightning tribulation. At this moment, feeling this huge pressure and the power of blood and qi, the Pai Xiu accurately knew that this was Lin Ray's because no one else had such a powerful blood and qi. At the same time, not only the Pai Xiu, even Jie Yang was the same. His face revealed a rejoicing expression, and he muttered in his heart, "Great, Lin Ray is fine. Sigh, it seems that I won't be his opponent in the future." At this moment, Jie Yang knew that after experiencing such a terrifying thunder tribulation, it would be a lie to say that Linley's fleshly body had not made a breakthrough. In addition, just from the suppressive aura of Linley's cultivation base, and the suppressive aura of qi and blood, Jie Yang could sense that he was no longer a match for Linley. At this moment, the two of them were completely separated from each other. But even so, Lin Ray's improvement brought Jie Yang endless motivation. Fortunately, he's fine. Fortunately, he's fine. At the side, the human corpse who was standing beside Jie Yang felt Lin Ray's aura. His heart that was previously in his mouth was at ease at this moment. At the same time, the sincere admiration on his face was undoubtedly exposed. He didn't expect that such a terrifying lightning tribulation could be resisted. If it was him who went through the tribulation, he would have already left this world after the first and second lightning tribulation. At this moment, he knew that Lin Ray was fine. Everyone's anxious heart towards Lin Ray was at ease. In the deep pit, Lin Ray didn't wake up. Instead, he was quietly lying on the ground. But if one looked carefully, they would be able to see that Lin Ray's face revealed a trace of a smile. In the system, Lin Ray sat on the ground. Feeling the power coming from his body, Lin Ray's face was filled with excitement. Ha ha! Great, I've finally broken through. If I didn't break through, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on. At this moment, Lin Ray didn't restrain himself and laughed out loud. All right, since you've settled your problem, it's my turn now. At this moment, Hearing Lin Rei's laughter, the system directly came out and said to him. Then, it entered the system and the Chaos Dragon Spear's upgrade. TSK, go and check your own information. It's been a long time since I checked it. Lin Rei wasn't worried about the system. After all, after what happened just now, he knew how powerful the system was. As he thought about it, his body instantly disappeared from this space and was transferred to the space that specialized in checking one's personal information. At this moment, when he arrived at the information space, all his information appeared. Name: Lin Rei. Age: 3580. System level: 3. Cultivation level: Early Divine Master Experience: 543984672. Mythical Dragon: 10000000000 Mythical Dragon, Spiritual Roots: Thunder, Fire, Wood, Metal. Chaos Spiritual Roots. Innate Talent: Middle Stage Dao Fruit Saint. Cultivation Technique: Primal Chaos Scripture. 3rd level: Incomplete: Devouring Heavenly Technique, Growable, Primordial Pill. Refinement: Entry-level Cultivation Technique: Cloud Formula, Emperor-level Cultivation Technique: Same Formation, Emperor-level Cultivation Technique: Tyrant Body Technique, Emperor-level Cultivation Technique: Thunder Tyrant Body, Emperor-level Secret Technique: Thunder Scripture, Divine-level Cultivation Technique: Martial Skills: Butterfly Steps, Entry-level, Stellar Finger, Proficient, Silent Thunder Spear Art, High Dark Level Martial Skill, now cultivated to the entry level, can produce 3 lightning bolts. Myriad Sword Art, Heaven Level, Level 3 Incineration, Emperor Level, Dragon Subduing Step, Emperor Level, Shura Spear Art. King Level, Shura Sword Formation. King Level, Shura Transformation, Emperor Level. Spiritual Treasures: Chaos Dragon Spear, Supreme Grade Divine Weapon, Martial Emperor Divine Spear, Divine Weapon. Lower Grade, Growable, 10,000 Magic Sword, Ungraded, Myriad Beasts Treasure Furnace, Heavenly Temple, Upper Grade Celestial Weapon, Universe, Ungraded, Equipment: Flowing Light Divine Weapon. Supreme Grade Set Mount, Early Divine Master. Lucky Draw Wheel, 0 Character Lottery. System: 0 times Reputation Points, 4,000,000 Redemption Points, 4,900,000 Spiritual Stones, 0 Supreme Grade Alchemist, 6,000 Candle Dragons, 6,000 Candle Dragons, waiting to be upgraded. Supreme Grade Array Master, 5,900 Candle Dragons, 6,000 Candle Dragons, Supreme Grade Equipment Refiner, 5,800 Candle Dragons, 6,000 Candle Dragons, Supreme Grade Talisman Master, 5,680 Candle Dragons, 6,000 Candle Dragons, Top Spiritual Medicine, Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasures, 50 kilograms of Purple Gold Nephrite, 50 kilograms of Purple Gold Sand, 50 kilograms of Purple Gold Divine Iron. Mission: Main Mission: Enter the Holy World within 1,000 years. Side Mission: Refine the Sky-Reaching Tower. No time limit. Become the Sect Master of the Talisman Sect within 100 years. Elixir Pills: 11 Mind Control Pills, 6,234 Mind Control Pills. Oh, not bad. Looking at his own information, Linley's face revealed a happy smile. Although his current cultivation was still a distance away from becoming a sage, Lin Rei believed that he would definitely be able to enter the Holy World within 1,000 years. After reading the information, he felt a little proud of his current achievements, but he did not feel complacent because of his current cultivation. Although he was in the system at this moment, Lin Rei could still feel that his Taoist foundation was a little unstable because his cultivation had increased too quickly. Suddenly, with a thought, Linley arrived at the center of the primordial chaos formation. Sitting down in the lotus position and closing his eyes, he began to stabilize his power. After all, the system hadn't made its breakthrough yet, and his body could continue to absorb lightning energy from the outside world. Chapter 779. Just like that, Lin Ray began to consolidate his cultivation base while the system began to upgrade his realm. As for the Chaos Dragon Spear, under the system's control, it was directly thrown into the Thunder Tribulation and released 9 Azure Dragons to let it devour the power of thunder and lightning on its own. With this, it could break through the current realm and restore to its previous realm. In the outside world, Pai Xiu and the others saw Lin Rei's current state and knew that they would have to wait for him to wake up. At this moment, everyone sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. And within this area of 1,000 kilometers, Humanoid had ordered the corpses to surround the area, not allowing anyone else to interfere with Linli or the Pishio's group. In this regard, Jieyang, Pai Xiu and the others gradually treated Human Corpse as one of their own after seeing his actions. Time seemed to have come to a halt at this moment. Everyone entered a state of cultivation, while Linli entered a state of consolidation as well. Whoosh, whoosh, however, the current situation did not stop for long. Human Corpse and the others began to cultivate. However, who knew that a few sounds of breaking through the air could be heard instantly. At this moment, Pai Xiu, Jieyang and the others all opened their eyes. Their eyes were cold. At this time, no matter who it was, they must be careful. After all, Lin Ray was still cultivating at this moment. They did not dare to be careless. If Ruo Lin was awake, Pai Xiu and the others would definitely not care about the people who came. Human Corpse, who had entered the cultivation and consolidation state, also woke up at this moment. His eyes were filled with doubt as he looked into the distance. He saw more than a dozen figures appear in front of everyone in a short while. Looking at the arrival of these people, Human Corpse was stunned. He suddenly remembered that his second brother said that he would send people over. Looking at them, Human Corpse understood. Immediately, he turned his head with an awkward expression and explained to Pai Xiu and the others, "Everyone, don't panic. These are the ultimate god experts that my second brother sent to protect me. In the past, my eldest brother felt the power, so he asked my second brother to keep an eye on me and not let me mess around. My second brother also has a territory to guard, so he sent them. However, after so long, they didn't come. I thought they wouldn't come, so I forgot about this matter." Looking at the Human Corpse and the dozen ultimate god corpses behind it, everyone understood what was going on. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face and the Pai Xiu said, "It's okay, you can go." "Yes." Everyone agreed with Pai Xiu's words. Hearing Pai Xiu's agreement, the Human Corpse nodded and walked towards the dozen zombies behind him. "Leader, we are here to protect you under the orders of the second leader." At this moment, the dozen or so corpses looked at the Human Corpse and bowed respectfully to him. Alas! Seeing them act like this, the Human Corpse looked helpless and said, "All right, you can all get up." Yes. Before everyone recovered, they stood straight and looked at the Pai Xiu and the others vigilantly, not daring to take their eyes off of them for a moment. At this moment the Human Corpse felt that they were looking at the Pai Xiu and the others vigilantly, so he quickly said, "All right, they are not in danger. Since you are here, then stay here and guard us. As for the rest, just wait for my orders. Do you understand?" "Understood, we will follow your orders." At this moment, after getting the Human Corpse's confirmation that the Pai Xiu and the others were not in danger, the dozen zombies walked towards the back and separated. Finally, they stood still and started their work of guarding. In response, the Human Corpse revealed a smile and didn't say anything else. He returned to his original spot and everyone went into seclusion again. At this moment, the dozen or so corpses were looking at Lord Zong of the First Heaven and how the Human Corpses were treating the gods. Their faces were filled with confusion, but before they came here, the Earth Corpses had instructed them to obey the Human Corpses' orders, no matter what the Human Corpses asked of them. Therefore, at this moment they did not voice their doubts. They anxiously stood still and quietly waited for the Human Corpses' next order. time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In the past 10 years, Linley continued to train within the system. As for the system, during the first year, it absorbed all the lightning tribulation into the system. The moment the fourth lightning tribulation was completely absorbed by the system, the thunderclouds in the sky instantly dispersed. The moment the thunderclouds dispersed, the human corpse, Pai Xiao and the others woke up once. However, after that, everyone went back to cultivating in silence. In the past, there were more than a dozen ultimate god corpses guarding the side. Even passers-by took a detour when they saw this scene. They were afraid of this scene. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. The system has upgraded to level 4. The space has been enlarged by 10 times. Ding dong, the system has upgraded. The trial tower has been activated. The trial tower is divided into 10 levels. The 10 levels correspond to the space. The first 2 levels correspond to the ultimate god, the late ultimate god and the pill flame saint. Why is there no more? Didn't you say there were 10 levels? Just as Linley was engrossed in the story, the system notification suddenly stopped. Linley asked, "What's the matter?" Ding dong, I'm sorry, host. Your level is not high enough to know, so hurry up and improve your cultivation. Lin Ray was speechless when he heard the system's words. He wanted to refute, but the system was right. In the end, Lin Ray could only sigh. Alright, you've been here for so long. Isn't it time for you to go out? If you don't go out now, it's almost time for the poison to take effect. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Linley was stunned for a moment before he nodded in response. Yes, I know. I think so too. Lin Ray paused for a moment before he continued. Oh right, my swoosh. Just as Lin Ray finished speaking, a sound broke through the air and descended from the sky. Bang! Gotcha! A long spear with 9 lifelike dragons carved on its shaft could be seen. A terrifying dragon's aura appeared and spread out in all directions. At the moment when the spear pierced into the ground, the place where the spear had pierced into began to crack. Holy shit, this is my primal chaos dragon spear? At this moment, Linley looked at his weapon. Other than shock, there was only shock. He had been using the Chaos Dragon Spear this entire time, but now Linley could sense the draconic might, murderous intent, and many other sensations emanating from the spear that made Linley's heart tremble. That's right, this is the Chaos Dragon Spear. The system wasn't bothered by Lin Ray's astonishment. Lin Ray's eyes were filled with surprise and astonishment. Then, without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the Chaos Dragon Spear that was stabbed into the ground before him. Then, he exerted some force with his right arm and pulled it out. Roar, trembling in joy. At this moment, the Chaos Dragon Spear in Lin Ray's hand seemed to have sensed Lin Ray's aura. The moment it was grabbed, the spear trembled violently. Sensing the changes in the Chaos Dragon Spear, Lin Ray revealed a joyful smile. In this moment, Linley had the urge to not put it away. In this moment, aside from the fact that he was unwilling to part with it, there was nothing else in Linley's mind. How is it? Lower sacred weapon, lower innate treasure. What do you think? The system's indifferent voice sounded again. Ugh! Don't insult my brother. It's not that I don't think it's that great. I just didn't expect the Chaos Dragon Spear to evolve into such a powerful existence, Lin Ray said in astonishment. Ha! Upon hearing Lin Ray's words, the system chuckled. Then, it didn't say anything else and fell into silence. Martial God Stratagem, Killing Intent. All of a sudden, the martial god activated the stratagem. The space within 100 meters started to compress rapidly. At this moment, it was fortunate that there wasn't anyone within the 100 meters. If there was, perhaps he would be crushed to death by the space. Tsk, tisk. Lin Rei was dumbfounded at the sight of the Chaos Dragon's spear that was enhanced by the stratagem of the martial god and a lower sacred weapon. Not bad at all. He withdrew his cultivation and didn't store it away. How could Lin Rei let such a powerful existence be covered in dust? With a single thought, he brought the Chaos Dragon's spear out of the system and back into his body. As for the Saint artifact, the Chaos Dragon's spear also appeared by Lin Li's side the moment his consciousness returned to his body. Phew! Lin Rei let out a long breath and felt the energy coming from his body. He felt indescribably comfortable. Slowly, he opened his eyes and looked at the gloomy sky. Lin Rei was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. "Tsk, I wonder how they are doing?" At this moment, Lin Rei, who had regained consciousness, was worried about Jie Yang and the others. He was afraid that the lightning tribulation would affect them. As he thought about this, Lin Li stretched his body, then rose to his feet. Looking at his tattered clothes, Lin Li let out a bitter laugh, then removed the tattered clothes and soft armor he was wearing. Then, he took out a new set of sacred weapons and put them on. At this moment, Lin Rei felt much more comfortable. Stretching out his hand, the Chaos Dragon's spear on the ground rose into the sky and landed perfectly in Lin Rei's hand. After doing all this, Lin Rei soared into the sky and rushed out of the big hole he created. Who? Suddenly, a roar came from afar. Lin Rei, who had just rushed out of the deep hole, heard the roar and quickly turned his head to look for the source of the roar. He saw Jie Yang, the human corpse, Pai Xiu, Ba Bao and the others sitting on the ground, cultivating in silence. Around them, there were more than 10 human corpses. At first glance, Lin Rei could clearly feel the aura of the hierarch realm coming from them. Chapter 780. Seeing Jie Yang and the others sitting there peacefully and cultivating, Lin Rei knew that these ultimate gods did not have any ill intentions towards them. In addition to their identity as corpses, Lin Rei could not help but think of the human corpses. Looking at them, Lin Rei took a step forward and arrived in front of the ultimate gods in the blink of an eye. He said with a kind expression, "Don't be nervous. I am with Jie Yang and the others. The human corpses also know each other." In order to not cause any unnecessary misunderstandings, Lin Rei added the human corpses in the end. "Oh, so that's how it is." At this moment, hearing Lin Rei's words and seeing that Lin Rei did not have a trace of killing intent, the corpse brothers thought that they were the most representative corpses and smiled. Looking at the ultimate gods in front of him, Lin Rei could not help but sigh. In the divine realm, there were not many ultimate gods. It was already very good for a sect to have 2 or 3 ultimate gods. Moreover, those were the efforts of the sect's old ancestors and the younger generation's geniuses. But now, looking at the ancient corpse trove, there were more than 10 ultimate gods that casually appeared. In addition to the 3 masters of the ancient corpse trove, Lin Rei could not help but sigh at the strength of the ancient corpse trove. Lin Rei could feel the strength coming from these people in front of him. However, at this moment, Lin Rei did not think that they would be his opponents. The space suddenly became quiet. For a moment, Lin Rei's face revealed an awkward expression as he did not know what to say. Looking at them sitting on the ground cultivating, in the end Lin Rei could not endure such an atmosphere and immediately transmitted his voice to Pai Xiu and the others. "You all, it's time to wake up." That one sentence instantly exploded in everyone's mind without them noticing. A scream came out from Jie Yang's mouth. On the side, when the Pai Xiu heard Lin Rei's voice, it instantly withdrew from its cultivation. It opened its eyes and scanned its surroundings, looking for Lin Rei's figure. The moment he turned his head, he saw Lin Rei's strong, straight, and unscathed body appear in front of him. For a moment, a smile appeared on his face. He came to Lin Rei's side, looked at him, and scolded with a smile, "You bastard, do you know how dangerous the lightning tribulation is? Are you crazy?" If you die, what will I do? Looking at Pai Xiu, it was obvious that Lin Rei did not expect this scene. However, Lin Rei was not angry at Pai Xiu's teasing. Instead, he felt warm in his heart because he knew that Pai Xiu was caring about him in disguise. However, he was too embarrassed to express it. In response, Lin Rei smiled and replied with embarrassment, I didn't think that the corpse tribulation would be such a powerful lightning tribulation. However, it's no wonder. After all, it's not in the 5 elements. Transcending reincarnation? You brat! Seeing that Lin Rei was safe and sound, Pai Xiu did not say anything else. However, after seeing that Lin Rei was safe and sound, a smile that was rarely seen before was still on his face. Lin Rei, you. At that time, Pai Xiu retreated and Jie Yang also walked over. He looked at Lin Rei with a worried and excited expression. He wanted to say something, but after saying a few words, he was unable to say anything else. I'm fine. Don't worry. I haven't brought you back to the sect yet. How could I let you off so easily? Knowing what Jie Yang wanted to say, Lin Rei joked. Pfff. Hearing Lin Rei's words, Jie Yang was unable to hold back and burst out laughing. Lin Rei. Just when Lin Rei and Jie Yang were talking and laughing, a voice suddenly rang out. This voice. Lin Rei was very familiar with this voice. It was none other than the corpse of the First Heaven's Sky Master. Seeing the human corpse walking over, Lin Rei had a trace of a smile on his face. Then, he said, How is it? Right now your choice is. I promise you that I will join your sect and become a member of your sect. I will be loyal to your sect for all eternity and will never betray you. If I violate this oath, I will be struck by 10,000 bolts of lightning and die in ashes. Rumble, suddenly, the instant the human corpse finished speaking, thunder rumbled in the sky. It was as if it was responding to the human corpse's oath. It was as if the oath was acknowledged by the great Tao. On the side, hearing the human corpse's words, the smile on Lin Rei's face became even wider. Originally, he thought that it was a double blessing, but now, it was indeed 3. His cultivation increased, the system and the primal chaos dragon spear increased, and now, the human corpse's wish was fulfilled. This caused Lin Rei to want to quickly continue. That way, he would be able to subdue the remaining 2 Sky Masters and obtain the Corpse King Pill. Good. Seeing how resolute the human corpse was, Lin Li said good 3 times in a row. And then, with a thought, he selected a top-grade divine artifact spear from his storage ring, then handed it over to the human corpse. Looking at the spear in front of him, the human corpse was stunned. He could feel that this spear was extraordinary. This is for you. Although our first meeting was a little unpleasant, now that you have pledged your allegiance to me, I naturally have to give you a greeting gift. After saying that, Lin Rei stretched out his hand to the human corpse again. The human corpse was speechless. At this moment, the human corpse rolled his eyes. He wanted Lin Rei to experience for himself what it meant to be a little unpleasant to meet for the first time. Just the fact that he was repeatedly injured left the human corpse speechless. However, even so, the human corpse still stretched out his hand to take the spear that Lin Rei handed over. As the saying went, it would be a waste to not take it. He could feel that the spear was extraordinary. Such a good item. He did not find it on the disciples of the sect who entered the ancient corpse vault. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After receiving the spear, the human corpse immediately waved the spear around. Beautiful and murderous spear flowers could be seen being waved around by the human corpse. Good spear. The human corpse stopped waving his arms and looked at the spear in his hand. He praised the spear with 2 words. It could be seen that the human corpse was very satisfied with the spear that Lin Rei gave him. At this moment, the dozen ultimate god corpses standing behind the human corpse looked at the spear in the human corpse's hand with envy and jealousy on their faces. Their eyes were filled with strong expectations. As an ultimate god expert, who would not wish to have a weapon that they could use as they wished. Unfortunately, they did not have the opportunity to obtain a weapon that was suitable for them since they grew up in the ancient corpse vault. Heh! Lin Rei naturally saw the expectations in the ultimate god's eyes. However, it had nothing to do with him. Of course, if they were willing to pledge their allegiance to him, Lin Rei could still consider it. He shifted his gaze away from the corpses of the ultimate gods and said with a firm expression, "All right, now that we're done here, it's time to move on to the next stop, the second heaven." Yes, it has been 10 years since we came to the ancient corpse vault. We must speed up. At this moment, Pai Xiu nodded in agreement after listening to Lin Rei's plan. What? 10 years? Lin Rei suddenly asked in surprise. He did not ask about the time when he came out. Moreover, he thought that he had only spent 2 or 3 years in the system. Nonsense. Seeing Linli so surprised, the Pai Xiu rolled its eyes and looked at Linli as if it was looking at an idiot. However, they did not know how important these 10 years were to Lin Rei. Thinking that he would be killed by the poison if he could not send the Corpse King pill back within 100 years, Lin Rei suddenly felt that he must speed up. Because he did not have much time left. Let's go. After making the decision, Lin Rei looked at the human corpse. Looking at him, Lin Rei asked, "Human corpse, will you lead the team from now on? We don't know how to get to the second heaven. Moreover, with you leading the team, it will save us a lot of trouble on the way." The human corpse was stunned when he heard Lin Rei's words. He thought for a while and finally nodded helplessly. "All right, but I won't do anything when we reach the second heaven. After all, that's my second brother." "All right, don't worry about that. Moreover, I will try my best not to do anything wherever we go. Don't worry." Lin Rei could guarantee that. The human corpse was not afraid of Lin Rei's hands. He was afraid that his second brother would suffer Lin Rei's inhumane torture just like him. Lin Rei discussed with the human corpse. However, he did not avoid the ultimate gods who came from the second heaven to protect the human corpse. At that moment, the ultimate gods' faces turned gloomy when they heard that the human corpse and the humans were going to join forces to go to the second heaven. They did not expect that the younger brother of the second heaven's heaven master would lead the humans to attack the second heaven. However, even so, they did not make a move because they could feel the pressure from his strength. Especially when they saw the long spear on Lin Rei's back, their hearts trembled and palpitated. That feeling came from the weapon. They could not help but quieten down and did not dare to act rashly. "Let's go." Just like that, Lin Rei and the others finally set off again. However, this time, their journey was very smooth and there were no obstacles. Whoosh! A red figure fell from the sky in a sorry state. She looked at the sky with a frightened and ugly expression. Her eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. "Ha ha! Jade-faced Rakshasa, hand over your Buddhist beads obediently. If you do so, we will consider letting you go. After all, it was not easy for you to cultivate to your current level." At that moment, a few figures appeared in the sky and floated in the air. They bent down and looked at the jade-faced Azura, who fell to the ground with a cold smile. At that moment, if Lin Rei was here, he would recognize that the person who fell to the ground was none other than the jade-faced Azura who was separated from him in the ancient corpse vault, the ultimate god expert. However, she did not seem to be in a good situation at the moment. You are a group of shameless people. You are at least the ancestors of the 7 sects in the divine realm. I did not expect you to commit murder and robbery. Bah! Chapter 781. Don't say that! The old men didn't take her words to heart at all. It was as if they didn't care at all. You should know that no one in the divine world can resist the temptation of a sacred artifact. I'm afraid that even the strongest of the divine world can't resist this temptation. At this moment, one of them spoke up. The old man who spoke was the old ancestor of the alchemy sect, Danchenzi. The alchemy sect had always dealt with matters peacefully. In the past, they would avoid such matters as much as possible. However, a sacred artifact, there was no one in the divine realm who did not want to obtain it. If a saint obtained a holy weapon, it meant that his sect would become the ruler of the god realm. All the other sects would choose to submit to him. Therefore, as the ancestor of the Danzong sect, who never stirred up trouble, he couldn't let the holy weapon be taken away by others. That's right. Danchenzi is right. We must have that thing in your hand. The other 3 old men walked up the mountain and looked at the jade-faced Rakshasa viciously. It was as if the item in the jade-faced Rakshasa's hand was already theirs. Bastards, you all! At that moment, seeing the desire on the faces of the 4 old men before her, as well as the various kinds of greed in their eyes, the jade-faced Rakshasa despaired. She knew that if a miracle did not happen today, her life would end today. Moreover, the jade-faced Rakshasa believed that even if she handed over the item, they wouldn't let her go. They were afraid that this matter would be leaked. Although the 7 sects had a high status in the god realm, there was always someone stronger than them. They couldn't be sure that there wasn't someone stronger than them in the god realm. Therefore, just in case, they had to silence her. Human corpse, how far are we? A group of people flew over from nearby. It's still early. If we fly like this, I'm afraid it'll take us some time to get there. However, if we fly at full speed, I believe we'll arrive in less than 10 days. At this moment, the one who spoke was none other than the human corpse, the Lord of the First Heaven. The person who spoke was none other than the Pai Xiu of Lin Rei's group. Is it that far? Hearing the human corpse's words, Lin Rei's face revealed a trace of surprise. He didn't expect this ancient corpse trove to be so big. According to the human corpse, this ancient corpse trove was bigger than a province in the divine world. For such a huge place, how powerful would the array formation be? At this moment, Lin Rei's heart trembled. His facial muscles began to twitch, and his eyes widened, filled with shock. One had to know that even he, who was at the peak of the venerable realm, did not have such great confidence in being able to cover an area the size of a province without knowing the formation. Even if he was at the Saint realm, Lin Rei doubted that he could do it. This was very similar to the formation in Jade City. It was a very large formation. Lin Rei had only seen this kind of formation twice in his life. The first was Jade City, and the second was this place. Seeing Lin Rei's shock, human corpse seemed to know what he was thinking. He then slowly opened his mouth and said, "Yes, this place is very big. Rather than calling it an ancient corpse trove, it's better to call it a space created by someone. A very large space, a space created by formations." Hearing human corpse's words, Lin Rei was stunned. His eyes were filled with surprise. Could it be that you know this place is? Yes, how long have we lived here? We don't even remember. We've already figured out some things here, so. Moreover, we can't leave this place at all. The strange thing is that you can come in and leave at the same time, but we can't. Human corpse fell silent. Not only human corpse, but also the corpses behind human corpse fell silent. They were more willing than anyone else to try life in the divine realm. However, they seemed to be tied up here and couldn't leave at all. At this moment, Linley was deep in thought. He had already learned a lot about their situation on the way here, especially after seeing the seal at the entrance. He was even more clear about it now. However, Lin Rei wasn't worried at all about whether human corpse could leave or not. After all, he had a system. Moreover, Lin Rei believed that the system wasn't simple. Even the great Tao couldn't detect the existence of the system. Therefore, as long as he put human corpse into the system, he should be able to break the restriction here and take him out of here. When he thought of this, the corners of Linley's mouth curled up into a faint smile. However, when the human corpse noticed this, suspicions began to creep into his heart. Feeling human corpse's strange gaze, Lin Ray was stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly said what was on his mind. "I can take you out of here." It was a clean and direct answer, without any hesitation. What? Human corpse was shocked, and so were the corpses. This was too heaven-defying. How could they not be shocked? However, after being shocked, their faces became sarcastic. "How is that possible? How can you take us out of here? We can't leave at all." Disappointment, despair, and endless pain appeared in human corpses and the corpses' eyes at this moment. Lin Ray was stunned by their silence and negativity. Then, he scolded coldly, "Humph, spineless things. Since you've followed me, do you think I'll leave you here? Just like I promised you before, since I've taken you in, I'll naturally take you out of here. Don't worry about that. I, Lin Ray, am a man of my words. If you don't believe me, you can ask Pai Xiu. Ask him how I treated him back then." Pointing at Pai Xiu, he was speechless. Hearing Lin Ray's reprimand, human corpse and the others were stunned. Then, they looked in the direction of Lin Ray's finger. At this moment, although Pai Xiu was very unhappy with Lin Ray's analogy, he finally nodded in agreement. "That's right. Back then, when I was being suppressed, Linley promised to save me in a few hundred years. Back then, Linley's cultivation base was only at the body integration realm. Back then, I didn't believe that he would be able to transcend tribulation. But in the end, reality won out and he did it." Speaking of this, Pai Xiu's eyes were filled with gratitude. If Lin Ray didn't go there at that time, it wouldn't be long before his soul was completely erased by the formation that suppressed him. Looking at Pai Xiu, human corpse hesitated, but he gradually believed it in his heart. Because he thought that Lin Ray could miss such a powerful thunder tribulation and become a divine master. Based on this alone, human corpse also believed it. After pondering for a few minutes, human corpse's eyes became firm. Then, he nodded and said, I believe that the person I chose is not wrong." The person you chose? At this moment, seeing that human corpse believed in him, Lin Ray exclaimed softly with a face full of doubt. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's hurry." Hearing Lin Ray's doubt, human corpse's face turned red and he quickly interrupted. Then, he abruptly raised his cultivation and increased his speed. Like a rocket, he instantly rushed far away. Ha ha! Suddenly, seeing human corpse's reaction, the others didn't hide it and burst into laughter. At this moment, Lin Ray and the others were not the only ones who laughed. Even the corpses were the same. They had never seen human corpse so cute. Just like this, the others didn't dare to neglect human corpse's speed. They increased their speed and chased after him. You're all shameless." Suddenly, after flying for an unknown period of time, a voice that Chen Dan and Jie Yang were familiar with entered their ears. However, unlike before, this voice was filled with despair and fear. This voice is Jade-faced Rakshasa. Seeing the uncertainty on Jie Yang's face, Lin Ray said. "Yes, Jade-faced Rakshasa." Hearing Lin Ray's confirmation, Jie Yang's face showed a trace of a smile. However, his face immediately turned sour because Jade-faced Rakshasa's words just now had a deeper meaning. Looks like there's going to be some fun." At this moment, Lin Ray's face showed a trace of an amused smile. Although time was tight, Lin Ray still had to intervene when he met an acquaintance. Although he wasn't very fond of Jade-faced Rakshasa, there was an old saying. However, as the old saying goes, one more friend means one more path. Moreover, the Jade-faced Rakshasa was an ultimate god expert. "Do you want to go and have a look?" At this moment, human corpse who was leading the way in front saw the smile on Lin Ray's face and quickly came to his side to ask. Heh, of course. Of course. Glancing at the corpse, Linley replied. Whoosh. After receiving Lin Ray's order, everyone rushed towards the source of the sound at full speed. At this moment, jade-faced Rakshasa was lying on the ground with wounds all over his body. Blood Taoists appeared on his body. Pa! A loud and clear sound was heard. Danchenzi waved the whip in his hand and directly hit jade-faced Rakshasa's body. Suddenly, another blood Taoist appeared with blood flowing out. You've also felt the pain. If you don't speak, then the pain will continue. Your life is very long, and so are the few of us. This pain will accompany you until you hand over the item. Only then will we stop. However, the moment Danchenzi hit jade-faced Rakshasa with his whip, Lin Ray and the others had already arrived in the sky. The scene of jade-faced Rakshasa being beaten was seen by Lin Ray and the others. Bastard! At this moment, Jie Yang, who was standing beside Lin Ray, saw the jade-faced Rakshasa, who used to travel with them, being humiliated like this. His innate sense of justice instantly erupted. All of you, stop. Do you all want to die? Lin Ray didn't expect Jie Yang to act like this. At this moment, everyone was stunned by Jie Yang's roar. At this moment, the few old ancestors who were interrogating jade-faced Rakshasa heard this roar and immediately stopped their actions. They looked up at the sky and were stunned when they saw Lin Ray in the sky. Sigh. Looking at them and then at jade-faced Rakshasa, Lin Ray sighed and took a step forward. In an instant, he appeared beside the old ancestors. Looking at these old men, then turning his head to look at the battered jade-faced Rakshasa, Linley sighed and said, Gentlemen, how about giving me some face? For my sake, let her go. Ha ha ha! When the patriarchs heard Linley's words, they were first stunned. Then, they burst into laughter. Face? Who do you think you are? Tao ancestor? Tendo? Or great Tao? Why should we give you face? You're just an early hierarch little thing. How dare you speak such nonsense in front of us? At this moment, one of the 4 old ancestors spoke. Are you all courting death? At this moment, Lin Ray wasn't angry. Instead, it was the human corpse that was furious. Although he had just followed Lin Ray, he would never allow the people he followed to be humiliated like this. Boom! A muffled sound was instantly heard. An enormous oppressive aura instantly enveloped the 4 old ancestors. Corpse! At this moment, when they felt this enormous oppressive might, the 4 old men who had smiles on their faces immediately revealed ugly expressions. They all knew about corpses. There was a rumor in the ancient corpse trove that stated that it was better to provoke humans than the corpse race. This was because the entire ancient corpse trove was ruled by the corpse race. Humph, old fart. My young master asked you to let this girl go. Didn't you hear him? The human corpse didn't care about the 4 old ancestors. Although he was only a mid-hierarch and had just broken through, he didn't think he was weaker than the 4 old ancestors. You. At this moment, Dan Yangzi was stunned when he heard the human corpse's words. He retorted with an ugly expression, What right do you have? Although this is the ancient corpse vault, you should know that we're the ones who caught her. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk bang. A muffled sound was heard. Danchenzi, who was speaking earlier, was sent flying far away. His ruddy face turned ashen as he spat out blood. Hiss! This! Danchenzi's current appearance had completely shocked the other 3 old ancestors. Heh! At this moment, Lin Ray liked the human corpse more and more when he saw how decisive the human corpse was. All right, I'll leave this place to you. It's up to you whether you want to kill them or leave them alive. Lin Ray didn't care about the 4 old men at all. He ordered the human corpse and slowly walked towards the jade-faced Rakshasa without saying anything else. At this moment, the jade-faced Rakshasa, who was lying on the ground, was shocked. She was stunned on the spot and her eyes were filled with shock. Lin Ray, who came to her side, looked at her and suddenly smiled. He then woke her up. Are you all right? Are you all right? Can you walk? Ugh. This kid. At this moment, the Pai Xiu who followed behind Lin Ray showed a helpless expression when he heard Lin Ray's words. However, on second thought, Lin Ray was right. There were several beauties at home. How could Lin Ray be interested in someone like her? Moreover, they weren't familiar with each other. Pai Xiu felt relieved when he thought about it. Chapter 782. I'm fine. At this moment, the jade-faced Rakshasa came back to her senses and looked at Lin Ray with gratitude in her eyes. She didn't know what else to say at this moment. The jade-faced Rakshasa was very grateful that this person, whom she had met by chance and couldn't be considered a friend, could save her at her most dangerous moment. It's good that you're fine. Looking at the wounds on her body, Lin Ray took out a healing pill from his storage ring and gave it to her. He said, "Eat it. After eating it, find a quiet place and wait for 30 years to come. After that, leave this place. For the rest of the time, you can raise your cultivation level and consolidate it. Or, you can practice your battle techniques and magic arts to improve your battle techniques to the profound meaning. Then, you won't be so embarrassed when you encounter such problems in the future." "Yes. Thank you." The jade-faced Rakshasa nodded and frowned. At this moment, she didn't have the right or the capital to be pretentious because she couldn't afford to be pretentious. She reached out and took the pill from Lin Ray. Then, without any hesitation, she spat it into her mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered her mouth, leaving a fragrance in her mouth and teeth. The moment a terrifying medicinal effect entered her stomach, it instantly exploded and rushed to her limbs and bones. At this moment, all the injuries on the jade-faced Rakshsa's body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye under Lin Ray's pill. One had to know that Lin Ray's pills were all made with the illusory spirit blood fire. In addition, Lin Ray himself was a perfected supreme alchemist, so it wasn't strange for him to have such a medicinal effect. However, in the entire immortal realm, there was no other alchemist who could have such a huge medicinal effect except for Lin Ray. After all, Lin Ray, who had the illusory spirit blood fire, was much stronger than a perfected supreme alchemist who didn't have a strange fire. At this moment, when she felt that Lin Ray's pill was so effective and that her injuries were recovering quickly, the jade-faced Rakshasa became excited. According to the current speed of recovery, it wouldn't take long for the injuries on her hands, the previous injuries on her body, and the hidden injuries that weren't cured in the end to be completely healed. Feeling this, the jade-faced Rakshasa felt even more grateful to Lin Ray. As for the jade-faced Rakshsa's thoughts, Lin Ray didn't know and he didn't want to know. The jade-faced Rakshasa, the jade-faced Rakshasa, the jade-faced Rakshasas, and Rakshasas Rakshasas. S Rakshasas Rakshasa, Rakshasa S TSSSS asterisk 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 S asterisk S asterisk B asterisk its S's asterisk SSS A's S. To S's SSS. TS's B S Rakshasa. S the Rakshasa estes to the zest T speak. T's T. Looking at them, Lin Ray was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. He went to the human corpse and asked, "So, what do you plan to do with these people?" Well, the human corpse was thinking about how to teach the four old men a lesson when he heard Lin Ray's words. He was stunned for a moment before he turned around to look at Chen Dan with hesitation. To be honest, he didn't know how to deal with these old fellows. In the past, these old fellows would take their things and let them cripple their cultivation. Then, he threw him into the horde of corpses and watched the corpses grow bigger and bigger. Godly exalts without cultivation used to enjoy fighting corpses, but now that he was with Linley, he felt that it was a bit inappropriate. Just as Lin Ray and the human corpses, power of silence, one of the corpses turned around and whispered to his companion, You, take advantage of the chaos and leave. Let's meet the second heaven. Tell the Earth Corpse what happened here, and let him make a decision. Especially tell him that the human corpse has defected to the human and is now leading the human to the second heaven. Let him give the order. Remember what I told you just now, and what you saw before. You must tell me everything. Don't add any details. Do you understand? Upon hearing that, the other corpse nodded solemnly and replied, Don't worry, big brother. How can such a small thing trouble me? Moreover, I'm not the kind of person to stir up trouble and exaggerate things. Don't worry, I'll definitely do what you asked of me. That's good. The other corpse nodded with a smile after hearing the other's assurance. However, what they didn't know was that while they were whispering, Linley had heard everything, including the matter of telling the Earth corpses about his arrival and causing the human corpses to betray them. Regarding this, Linley only revealed a faint smile and didn't make any moves to stop them because he felt that there was no need. After all, if he went, the Earth corpses would see him sooner or later. Letting them go and report now would save them the trouble of introducing themselves when the time came. Perhaps the Earth corpse would take the initiative to pledge allegiance to him after hearing his introduction. Of course, Lin Ray knew that this idea might be a little whimsical, but it was not a crime and would not kill anyone. They did not have a chance, and Lin Ray even gave them a chance. Looking at the human corpse's dilemma, Lin Ray said, All right, don't think about it. Just do as you wish. Don't worry about me, they have nothing to do with me. There was an old saying that in the cultivation world, the strong were respected, the weak were prey to the strong, and the fittest survived. These were the rules of the great Tao. We can't go against it, and it's not fun to go against it. As long as your fist is hard, you're right. Moreover, they've entered your territory, so you can do whatever you want. I don't care. With that, Lin Ray retreated to the side and waited quietly. He came here to relax and rest. It was good that this matter was over, so he could rush to the second layer of heaven in one go. All right, since you've said so, I'll do as you say. Seeing Lin Ray's words, the human corpse was no longer restrained. He rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was ready to do something. It was very funny. Looking at the human corpse, Lin Ray smiled and did not say anything. He found a quiet place, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to rest. At this moment, as Lin Ray closed his eyes to rest and recover the energy in his body, Jie Yang, Pai Xiu, and the chubby, cute, and timid Ba Bao Bao all followed Lin Ray and entered the recovery state. Now, hurry up and leave. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared. When the human corpse that received the order heard it, his body trembled. He no longer hesitated and immediately hid his aura, used his cultivation, and disappeared from the spot. This series of actions, other than Lin Ray, no one else noticed it. Because Lin Ray and the others entered the recovery state, the human corpse's gaze locked onto the four old men. As for the others, they all entered the recovery state, so Sensing that they were already far away, Lin Ray's mouth revealed a trace of a strange smile. No one noticed it. You, what are you doing? Said Dan Shenzi in a trembling voice. Because he had been sent flying by the human corpse, his body felt as if it were about to fall apart. His entire body was in pain and he was old. If it weren't for the fact that he was strong, the human corpse's punch just now would have killed him. The four of them had clearly heard the conversation between Lin Ray and the human corpse. Therefore, at this moment they were afraid, panicked, and regretful. They regretted that when Lin Ray had said that he would give him face, they had frowned and said yes. If only they had said yes at that time. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. You will reap what you sow. Those who kill will be killed by others. Those who humiliate will be humiliated by others. As the saying goes, Tendo is ready for reincarnation. In the end, everything will happen to you. Tisk, well, you'll find out soon enough. Don't worry, one by one. I guarantee that you'll never forget it. Hearing Danshinzi's words, the human corpse smiled cruelly. He stretched out his hand and a cold aura appeared. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk in the next moment, Danshinzi, who had been sent flying, became the first target again. The evil Een energy released by the human corpse rushed to his side and wrapped around him. Then, it lifted him into the air and walked to the side. When the remaining three saw this scene, they were stunned. Although they were afraid, they couldn't help but want to turn around to check it out. Unfortunately, the moment the human corpse left, the remaining 10 supreme gods worked together to deal with a barrier that could only be seen from the outside, but they couldn't see the outside. The 3 of them were stunned and immediately gave up. Their bodies went limp and they sat on the ground. Their bodies and minds were filled with a sense of powerlessness. They regretted hearing the rumors about the Corpse King pill and coming out of seclusion. They regretted everything they had done before. Suddenly, a scream was heard. It reached the ears of the 3 old men. They were very familiar with the scream. Wasn't it Danshinzi, who had just separated from them? The scream continued. Danshinzi's voice was filled with regret, unwillingness, and pain. The scream completely destroyed the last line of defense in the hearts of the remaining 3 old men. They wanted to struggle, escape, and resist, but the ones guarding outside were not emperor gods, but more than a dozen ultimate god realm experts. Moreover, judging from their knowledge, those experts were at least mid or late ultimate gods. With such a large group, it would be a problem to break through the barrier surrounding them, let alone escape. At that moment, outside the barrier, the human corpse's hand was dripping with blood. If one took a closer look, one could even see the blood flowing down the human corpse's arm. In front of the human corpse, there was no longer an empty space. A group of corpses had appeared out of nowhere. There were more than 20 of them, and each corpse had a piece of flesh in its hand. Hurry up and eat. This is the flesh of a late ultimate god expert. His flesh is very precious. It's like a supreme treasure. After eating these 3, you should be able to develop spiritual intelligence. Then, I'll have a few more capable subordinates in the ancient corpse vault. Looking at the corpses in front of him, the human corpse showed a hint of anticipation. At that moment, Danshinzi, who was brought out by the human corpse, was lying on the ground with despair in his eyes. There was a huge hole in his chest, and his internal organs were exposed. It was a very bloody scene. Danshinzi's body was trembling violently from the pain. His face was filled with despair. Danshinzi's screams had stopped because of the pain. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was because he no longer had the strength. He was in so much pain that he had no strength left. His enormous vitality was quickly draining away from him under the human corpse's torture. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Finally, Danshinzi's entire body was decomposed into the human corpse's stomach. The human corpse did not let the previous night's events end. Following that, it grabbed another person and used the same method to feed the human corpse. In the end, the human corpse completely devoured the human corpse. However, before killing them, the human corpse had already crippled their cultivation. If he didn't do this, he was afraid that these human cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand the pain and would self-destruct, dying together with the human corpse. One by one, in just 2 to 3 hours, 4 highly respected experts of the god realm, who were almost at the peak of existence, were devoured by the human corpse for their own disciples and grand-disciples. If this matter were to spread to the god realm, it would probably cause a storm of blood. One had to know that the reason why the 7 sects were able to stand tall was because behind the sects, there was a group of old geezers supporting them. Therefore, if news of this spread, the god realm would probably be plunged into a great war. Finally, after watching the 20 corpses eat the 4 old men, the human corpse waved his hand and dismissed them. After doing all this, he slowly walked over to Linley's side. He stretched out his hand and handed the 4 old men's bags of holding to him. He said, "They've been dealt with. Here are their bags of holding." At this moment, Lin Rei, who had been meditating with his eyes closed the entire time, heard the human corpse's voice and immediately stopped cultivating. He opened his eyes. Looking at the 4 storage pouches and 4 simple and unadorned rings in front of him, Lin Rei smiled. He nodded and said, "All right, it's time for us to set out." As soon as these words came out, it was unknown whether or not everyone was awake, but as soon as Linley said the word "set off," everyone who had their eyes closed and had been in the midst of training suddenly woke up. They all stood up and began to wait. This scene stunned Lin Rei, but he didn't say anything. He just smiled and let it go. Chapter 783. Let's go. After saying that, Lin Rei got up and ignored the jade-faced Rakshasa. Instead, he led Jieyang and the others and prepared to leave. They were heading towards the second layer of heaven again. However, right when Lin Rei turned around, the jade-faced Rakshasa, who was still recovering from her injuries, woke up. She got up and walked to Lin Rei's side. She thanked him. "Fellow Taoist Lin Rei, thank you for saving my life and giving me the medicine. You don't have to thank me. You don't have to thank me. I've said it before. The reason why I found you is purely a coincidence. That's all. Besides, we're going to leave now. If you don't want to encounter the same thing again, I advise you to leave Urji as soon as possible. Just like what I said before, find a place with no one around and cultivate quietly. Consolidate your cultivation and increase your realm. After 30 years, leave this place directly." Lin Rei felt very helpless after hearing the gratitude from the jade-faced Rakshasa. Just like what Lin Rei said earlier, it was really just a coincidence that he found her. Furthermore, if it wasn't for Jieyang insisting on coming, Lin Rei likely wouldn't have come either. He wouldn't have saved her either. Thus, in this entire matter, there was really no need to thank him. However, although Lin Rei thought that way, the jade-faced Rakshasa refused to admit it. But jade-faced Rakshasa refused to back down. Although Linley had explained everything clearly, jade-faced Rakshasa still felt extremely grateful towards Linley. After all, he had intervened to save her, and had even given her the pill. "Amen, I understand," the jade-faced Rakshasa nodded. Immediately after, she extended her right hand and aimed her palm at Lin Rei. She chanted an incantation and formed a seal with her left hand. A dazzling golden radiance instantly appeared and illuminated the 9 heavens. Strangely, the instant the golden radiance appeared, the uncomfortable feeling that was originally pervading the air within a circumference of 1,000 miles, other than humans and corpses, instantly disappeared the instant the golden radiance appeared. As for the dense air within a circumference of 1,000 miles, it also completely disappeared at this moment. It was as if it had never appeared in the first place. It was very puzzling. Amen? Sensing the change in their frowns and the golden light in the jade-faced Rakshasa's hand, everyone frowned. Confusion appeared on their faces. They did not understand what the golden light was. It actually possessed such a mysterious power. No one noticed that the moment the golden light appeared, the human corpse instinctively took a step back. Fear appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with vigilance as he looked at the golden light in the jade-faced Rakshasa's hand. His heart palpitated as if that thing was fatal to him. This is? At this moment, Lin Rei came back to his senses and asked curiously as he looked at the golden object. The moment Lin Rei spoke, everyone, including the human corpse and the others, looked at the jade-faced Rakshasa. Their eyes were filled with doubt and curiosity. They also wanted to know what this thing was and why it was so powerful. Sensing everyone's puzzled gazes, the jade-faced Rakshasa revealed a hint of a mysterious smile. Turning his head to look at Linley, he asked, "Fellow Taoist Linley, do you still remember why I came here in the first place?" Lin Rei was puzzled by the jade-faced Rakshasa's question, but he still replied, I remember that you said you found a natural treasure hidden here, so I came to look for it. Hiss. Could it be? Lin Rei looked at the golden light in the jade-faced Rakshasa's hand and said in disbelief, Could it be that? That's right. This is the natural treasure. The jade-faced Rakshasa chuckled when he heard that Lin Rei still remembered what he said back then. He continued, Tisk, I didn't expect that after so many years, you would still remember what I said back then. Lin Rei blushed with shame at the words of the jade-faced Rakshasa. The reason why he remembered the words of the jade-faced Rakshasa was that Lin Rei had never given up on finding this natural treasure, so, of course, he couldn't say these words out loud, but Lin Rei's expression was indeed very rich. Looking at the jade-faced Rakshasa, Lin Rei smiled awkwardly but elegantly. There, Lin Rei replied. The Pai Xiu looked at Lin Rei with disdain. Others might not know, but he knew Lin Rei's character very well. Back then, because he knew that his blood essence was useful, he shamelessly asked for a drop every once in a while. It was also because of this that the Pai Xiu's realm was only close to the godly venerable realm after so many years. If Lin Rei didn't ask for blood essence, he would probably be at the same level as Xiefeng now. Thinking of this, the Pai Xiu felt ashamed and angry. Blood essence was very important to humans, deities, demons, devils, and so on. Ordinary people wouldn't give up their blood essence. At this moment, Lin Rei, who looked calm, felt the same gaze from the side and immediately turned to look at the Pai Xiu. After a while, the two of them looked at each other and suddenly there was a burst of lightning, crackling and rattling. Lin Rei just happened to understand the meaning of the Pai Xiu's gaze. Suddenly, an awkward expression appeared on his face. The scene was quiet for a while, so quiet that everyone was a little uncomfortable. This is that treasure, and you saw it just now. The reason why I was mentioned by them was because of this thing, so... At this moment, the jade-faced Rakshasa felt the atmosphere was oppressive and quickly opened his mouth to break the deadlock. So, I want to give this thing to you as a gift to repay you for saving my life. As he spoke, the jade-faced Rakshasa reluctantly stretched out his hand and dragged the congenital magic treasure to Lin Rei. At this moment, happiness came so suddenly that Lin Rei didn't react and was stunned on the spot. His face was full of disbelief and disbelief. He really couldn't believe that a person could give away a congenital magic treasure directly. Alas! Looking at Lin Rei's expression, the jade-faced Rakshasa naturally knew what was going on, so he quickly said, You see, I don't have this ability. Even if I do, it will bring me a fatal disaster in the end. Even so, it's better to give this disaster to you. In this way, I believe that no one will, and no one will dare to have any ideas about you. At this moment, Lin Rei finally understood why the jade-faced Rakshasa gave this thing to him. It turned out that he didn't have the ability to protect it, so he wanted to get rid of it quickly. Thinking of this, Lin Li felt a lot more at ease. However, even though his heart was at ease, he still had a look of embarrassment on his face as he said, How can I do that? However, at this moment, everyone looked at Lin Rei speechlessly. Even the Pishio directly turned his face away, not wanting to look at Lin Rei. He wanted to let people know that Lin Rei was on his side. At this moment, although Lin Rei said that he was embarrassed, he stretched out his hand and took the congenital magic treasure from the jade-faced Rakshasa's hand. At this moment, everyone was speechless. At this moment, Lin Rei didn't care about their gazes at all. At this moment, Lin Rei's mind was on the congenital magic treasure. At this moment, after Lin Rei took the congenital magic treasure in his hand, the golden light on it naturally dissipated. At this moment, a string of simple and unadorned beads was exposed on the surface. The beads were smooth and delicate. Each bead was white, as if they were made of bones. When touched, a cool feeling spread from the beads to the palm, then from the palm to the arm and the rest of the body. Hiss, this thing. Sensing this difference, a hint of a smile appeared on Linley's face. From the moment he had touched it until now, Linley was basically certain that this thing was extraordinary. Oh, a middle-grade congenital spiritual treasure? At this moment, just when he thought that this string of beads was extraordinary, the system suddenly spoke with a hint of surprise. However, the system's words puzzled Linley. He knew about congenital cardinal treasures, but he had never heard of congenital spiritual treasures. Without anyone noticing at all, Linley sent a strand of his divine will into the system. Raising his head to stare at the sky, he asked the system, "Hey, what did you just say about protocosmic spirit treasures?" Protocosmic spirit treasures and protocosmic spirit treasures, which one is stronger? In the outside world, all eyes were still fixed on the beads with expressions of admiration. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, Linley was immersed in the power of the magic treasure. In the system, after hearing Linley's question, a sigh suddenly appeared. It said helplessly, "Little guy, can you find time to go to the library and fill in the blanks? You still have to ask me about such basic knowledge. If others know about this, don't you think I'll lose face?" Hearing the system's words, Linley scratched his head in embarrassment and said with a silly smile, "Oh, that? I'll find time to take a look. You should tell me the difference between the two first." Hearing this, the system was also helpless. In the end, it listened to Linley and said, "Since the primitive age, magic treasures have been divided into congenital cardinal treasures, congenital spiritual treasures, acquired cardinal treasures, and acquired spiritual treasures. However, the difference between them is like the difference between you and a divine emperor, and I'm a saint. The difference between them is completely different. Just like when Pangu created the world, he left behind the sky-splitting axe, the Pangu sail, and the jade plate of fate. These three treasures were already Taoist instruments. However, because they became Pangu's half-living spiritual treasures in the end, their realms were reduced. At this point, after reading Linley's half-understood expression, the system sighed softly and felt even more powerless. "Alas, you won't understand even if I tell you all this. You only need to know that there are still treasures above congenital cardinal treasures. However, they are beyond the level of your knowledge. Therefore, you only need to know that congenital cardinal treasures are very powerful, so powerful that you can't believe it. As for primordial cardinal treasures and primordial spiritual treasures, they were born from the primordial age. Therefore, if one is destroyed, there will be one less. Treasure this thing in your hand. It's very impressive. It's a mid-stage primordial spiritual treasure and a dharma treasure that carries merit." Hiss. Really? At this moment, Linley understood. When he was on the aqua-blue planet, Linley had read a novel. It was a great advantage to have a magic treasure of merit. If it was in the primitive age, having a magic treasure of merit would be a token to kill without mercy. Even if you killed someone, you wouldn't have any negative karma on you. As the saying went, Tendo is good for reincarnation. Karma comes with karma. If there was a magic treasure of merit, even if you killed someone, no karma would fall on the person who had the magic treasure of merit. As the saying went, there was a cause first, and then there was an effect. If there was no cause, what effect would there be? Therefore, when he heard that the bead in his hands was a magic treasure of merit, Linley couldn't help but become excited. Of course, the system knew what Linley was thinking. It didn't say anything, but it still reminded him, "Remember, when you go to the holy world, you must give me 10,000 years to read the books in the Sutras depository for me. This task is the task I gave you. Do you understand?" Understood. Hearing the system's tough tone, Linley was stunned, but then he nodded and agreed. Seeing Linley agree, the system said, "Since you know, then go out. Remember, take this magic treasure with you at all times. Don't let it leave your body. Of course, at least until all the negative karma on your body is resolved. However, the moment he heard the system's words, Lin Ray felt that he had already left the system space and returned to his body. Alas! After returning to his body, Lin Ray sighed. He hadn't even heard of some of the things that the system had told him. However, the system couldn't explain them all. This was one of Lin Ray's biggest regrets. As such, when he thought about how he would have 10,000 years to understand the Sutra's depository after entering the holy world, Lin Ray couldn't help but want to hurry up and cultivate so that he could enter the holy world. Thinking of this, Lin Ray suppressed his excitement and came back to his senses. He thanked the jade-faced Rakshasa with a smile. "Thank you, I'll accept this." With that, Lin Ray put the bead on his wrist and prepared to leave. "Can I go with you?" Suddenly, the jade-faced Rakshasa's voice sounded. In response, Lin Ray chuckled. It seemed that this was the purpose of the jade-faced Rakshasa. Of course, even though he already knew her purpose, Lin Ray still agreed. After all, she had given him such a good thing. Turning around, Lin Ray looked at the jade-faced Rakshasa and chuckled. Then, he nodded and agreed. "All right, since that's the case, follow me." Whoosh, in an instant, everyone soared into the sky. This time, they used their fastest speed to head to the second layer of heaven. Just like that, Lin Ray and the others set off again. At this moment, in front of the corpse of heaven and earth, a middle-aged man knelt on the ground and hurriedly replied to the earth corpse, "Second master, third master seems to have betrayed us?" "What?" The earth corpse, who originally had a smile on his face, changed the moment he heard this. He looked coldly at the subordinate on the ground and said, "You have to think carefully about what you just said. How could my third brother betray us? Do you know the consequences of your words?" The earth corpse couldn't understand the betrayal of the human corpse, let alone think in that direction. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.